And hello, everybody.
Hi.
Happy Saturday. We are Hard Knock Dice. My name is Jonesy, your dungeon master for the evening, and these beautiful people around me are your heroes for the evening and my best friends. Today, we continue across Eberron. But before we do, as always, a little bit of announcements for you. We still raise money for the International Medical Corps. You'll see that link in chat momentarily, I am sure. Thank you for that, Brittany. The International Medical Corps is helping on the fronts of Ukraine right now where they have a crisis going on. I am sure you have heard of it, so go donate, do some good in this world. It needs it. But I will not drone on that. Go check them out. Do a good thing today. In the meantime, we had a birthday, but he's not here, so he doesn't get to hear it. But it was our buddy James/Gorham's birthday over the weekend. Right? Are my days mixed up? Okay, no, over this past weekend. Time has been weird lately. However, so happy birthday to him. As usual, he gets a birthday 20, and he has that now. And I think that's it. I think all the rest of our birthdays are in August at this point, right? We have a lot of birthdays in August. So, anyways,
Indeed.
last we left off, our heroes making it to Scairn, their next stop in tracking down Yedril, were set upon by an undead force of Yedril's design. While they were drinking and having dinner, being merry for the most part, the fishing village of Scairn was set upon by this undead force. Many zombies and several bone claws attacking, killing a large portion of the population of Scairn itself. But the focus was definitely our party. They fought, fended off as much as they could, and saved as many villagers as they could, but eventually had to take out to sea, ultimately, just because they were running out of resources and the town themselves could not protect themselves. So, we pick back up on a vessel of the Blood Cells, captained by one Dario, you don't know his last name, a vampire known to the party, as well as several of the villagers that have been escorted out here to safety, with the plans of going back in the morning to make sure that, or at least hopefully, return these villagers to Scairn, their home. We pick back up this night where people were just laying down after a long, tough battle, spent, bruised, cut, bitten, gouged. Our party is looking worse for wear at the moment, with very little resources and torn asunder, a lot of them. After a conversation with Dario, our group had learned a few things about Yedril and his plans, learned about Dario, maybe a little bit of insight into his character. But we pick back up with everyone in their cabins, or not, depending. We have two people sleeping atop deck with Gandalin and Artium. One maybe still working away in a makeshift workshop made in a cargo bay down below. So, as you guys start to close your eyes, or actually let me ask this, Milo, where do you find yourself tonight?
Milo was completely gassed. I believe when we last left off, I had clarified he'd gotten a hold of a private room for him to begin repairing his equipment, which was badly damaged in the fight.
It isn't private. It's set up for you in the cargo bay, and there are pirates here watching over their cargo.
When I said private, I meant like not right there on the deck in front of everyone.
Correct. It is down below and at least out of the elements.
Yeah, so.
How long do you work there?
Enough to try and get things to where they'll, function properly in a pinch, and then crashing out, seeing as he is tired, wounded, exhausted from the adrenaline rush, etc., etc.
Gotcha. These repairs are second nature to you. There's no role required. You have had this creation in your life for now going on a year. But the designs have been far longer than that. You could repair this with your eyes closed.
You give me many opportunities to practice, DM.
As you're sitting there repairing it, your mind sort of going off, being sidetracked, as you very well can do. As your hands do one thing and your mind goes off in a different direction, you start thinking about the events of the night. And you start thinking about how your creation was used to save several of your friends. It's a comforting feeling. For a while, it wasn't, it wasn't used for destruction. It was used for rushing to your friends' sides to save, to help Gorum, to heal Artyom, and to be that force of good, and at least saving your friends, that mattered. That meant something. That comfort, unfortunately, doesn't last for long. As your mind starts to drift once again to a different project. You think back to working on the crystals. Trying to find a way to extract the soul safely. These glowing yellow crystals that have just plagued your mind since your party has encountered them in New Kyrie. You need to extract the soul safely and to save this child that has been turned into something that you still don't even know what it does or what its purpose is. It's just a destructive side effect, or perhaps that is the intent. It wouldn't be surprising. You recall coming to an impasse in your work, and it happened in your first day in the Breelish wilderness outside of New Kyrie. You came to this impasse. You're smart enough to where you knew what it was, and you couldn't go past that. But you couldn't let it lie there. There had to be more information to extract, more variables explored, more knowledge to garner. But it was always just putting off the truth. Where the planning had stopped, the theorizing had been exhausted, where your intellect could only take you so far without experimentation. It's a cold reminder of Merrick's request for the crystals. That's what science is, right? The study and progression of the highest levels of science and magic are often moved forward by those willing enough to accept the judgment of a society that doesn't understand the actions and consequences of wondrous works. These are intrusive thoughts that every scientist has. Scientists are making art, and then society draws the lines afterwards. These intrusive thoughts aren't out of the norm. They are quite normal for everyone to have. There's nothing wrong with Milo to have these thoughts, to push boundaries. But you know that your next step with the crystals isn't laid out in a formula or an equation. Your next step is going to be a leap of faith. Eventually, your work continues on. You find yourself sleeping, lying down, exhausted for the night in your bed. And just before you close your eyes, like a sleep paralysis demon standing in the corner of the room, a lady with lavender skin watches you. Comforting sensation, and also terrifying at the same time. But you can't move, react, and you just drift off and find sleep.
I don't have a response to that.
Anduin.
Yeah.
You and RTM lay on deck in the cold. It's freezing. Your eyes eventually shut. But sleep would be a strong word for what Gandalf is going through right now. Your passive perception high enough. And your, well, what some people would refer to as a heightened sense of awareness, others trauma. There's a lot of things that people would label this as, but you find yourself in an in-between state of consciousness where you are getting rest but aware of things that are happening to you. Tracking the steps of individuals on this ship that's maintain watch. Perhaps Dario, perhaps Jules, the first mate, other pirates aboard, other civilians that just aren't able to find sleep. Then you feel someone walking up to you and they're going to touch you. In this mindset, what is Gandalf's reaction?
I think immediate reaction would be to kind of jerk awake and try to like strike the hand away from me.
Just trying to smack.
Yeah, like one hand like smacking, like right, one hand like immediately lashing out, smacking the hand away, and the other immediately like kind of had sleeping with one hand on the hilt of either Echo or Memento, just kind of pulled out as well.
Okay. As you do, and your eyes open, and the blurred nature of coming to finds focus on what you're looking at. You see an old woman with cloths surrounding her head, bundled up in furs. You see Katya's grandmother there with a large leathers and furs in her hand, a blanket. She brings it over and starts to attempt to cover you up. As you smack out, stumbles back a bit. Doesn't say much at all, but starts to, after sort of realizing what you're doing, starts to bring the blanket back.
I'm just gonna say out to her in Carnathy, give it to somebody else in your village, grandmother.
She sort of turns and looks, and the only people on this deck aside from active working pirates are you and RTM and the dead. Sits there, doesn't say much, just sort of offers it back. Stubborn.
Just kind of sheathe the kukri and lean back into, because I imagine sat up, so even just kind of go ahead to keep an eye on things until I fall back asleep.
Okay. Lays it across your legs. You see that she does the same and grabs another one and brings it over Artyom. Lays it across him. And I had something for Crowley, but Crowley's not here. So we'll have to wait, I guess.
We'll have a flashback.
Of the meanwhile,
you guys eventually find sleep. As unrestful as it might be, it does happen. And in the middle of the night, nothing happens. Ganowin and Artyom.
Yeah.
You two chose to sleep on the deck of a ship where it is very much below freezing. You do not regain full hit points for that decision.
Okay.
You'll regain half of what you have to full. Okay?
So half of our max, or half again what our current hit points are?
What your current hit points are.
Okay.
However, dawn finds you. Everybody wakes up. It's a foggy morning on the icy seas of Eel Bay, right outside of Scairn. The morning is yours. What would you like to do?
Milo is going to go check on his patients.
Beaten, bruised, and still asleep. Most of them still resting. You have woken up earlier than most people here this morning, aside from the crew that maintains this ship 24/7. Anybody that is checking in on people that were injured, they are still there in their beds recovering. These are not heroes. These are villagers. They do not heal at the same rates that heroes do. They do not recover in the same way that you do. These will leave scars. They will be hurting for weeks to come. But alive, thanks to the actions that you've taken.
Mostly just checking for anyone whose condition may have declined and checking vitals, all that.
With the combined medical expertise of you, Kaushik, and RTM checking on all of these, and the magic used to heal all of them are well in the morning.
Then he will be on deck.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm probably doing much the same. Just on like after the night has passed, just kind of folding up that blanket from wherever and putting it back wherever she got it from. Presuming haggard, but still gonna look about on deck, see what there is to see. Kind of waiting, I think, waiting near the bow for the first sight of the village once we start heading back towards it.
Artyom will wake up, see that he's covered, call around for wherever the bottle of what he was drinking of last night's at. If there's anything left, finish that off. And start checking around on folks. Doing that whole spiel. Take a quick heading to make sure we're heading back to town, and if not, kick people in the gear.
Jules, seeing unless anybody else has something to do, they want to do this morning. Conversations that you want to have, checking on people, anything like that.
I did want to check on Gorm specifically, since he did get bit real hard, like I did. Wanted to make sure that the salve is doing its job.
Okay.
So I'll go find him. And Gorm, how are you feeling this morning?
Tired.
I think we all are. How's your wound though?
I'm still a little sore. You can take a look at it if you want.
A look I will take.
Make a perception check for me.
That's not gonna be that good. It's a +9 though, right? 16 total.
16.
Mhm.
You don't see any signs with a 16 of the same necrosis that affected your wound. I mean, it's going to take some looking after, like all deep wounds do. But you see that Gorm is going to have a new battle scar as soon as this heals over, and it's going to, much like yours, just going from like the collarbone up, where it looks like the zombie bit onto some muscle or sinew and just ripped it out. But looking at it, it's gonna take some healing, but he's all right.
Definitely doesn't look as bad as it could. It's good news. I'm just gonna pat him on the other shoulder and then go about my business.
Okay. Everybody eventually gathering up topside, to make a plan. You see Jules there at the helm talking to a few pirates, getting plans together. You see some stirring on the other ship as well as villagers come together and sort of like shakily, and either from cold or still just from the fear of what has happened last night, like breaking apart pieces of hardtack and stuff like that and passing it out. Some sort of like steaming liquid in steel cups. But everybody coming to. Jules eventually gathers you up. So what's the plan?
We're gonna take him back and make sure that anything that's left that's dangerous has been cleared out. Yeah.
No.
Do you need to be sailed closer to shore? Or do you have means of getting there on your own?
How far are we away from shore right now?
A couple 100 feet.
A couple 100 feet.
Yeah.
Just gonna glance over at Artyom.
Would it be possible for us to make a ice bridge over there with shape water slowly?
Let's see the restraints of shape water.
5 feet at a time.
Okay, Queen Elsa.
I'm not gonna Iceman glide over there or something.
That'd be pretty badass though.
Yeah, it would be. If Jones wants to allow that, hell.
I mean, you can cast Cone of Cold, right?
Yeah, I don't think I want to.
No.
It'll be slow going, but no, I don't see anything wrong with this. Just it's gonna
Watch your step.
it's gonna take a long time, and it's only a 5 foot wide bridge, so it's single file all the way over there.
Right.
But the water's
Sounds
cold enough already that this should work fine. It's a couple 100 feet, and it's gonna take 6 seconds for every 5 feet. If someone wants to do the math on that.
So 200 feet with 5 feet every 6 seconds.
So by the time I get almost all the way to shore, Milo will be gone ferrying us over one at a time.
It'll take a long time, but your bridge would
Right.
last for an hour. It would also provide a bridge to the boat.
It'll only take 4 minutes. There you go. It'll only be 4 minutes to make that bridge.
So it's completely up to you. Both have their merits. I'll say, Milo ferrying people over, that's one person on shore at a time, but that is one person alone on the shore at a time. Ice bridge, slower, but you'll get there. Sort of.
Zombie shark.
It'll be fine. I'll just go ahead and pop a 3rd level and get us a bat squad.
Okay.
Airdrop bats.
Very well. Spend a 3rd level spell, get you some bats going on.
God damn it. Well, let's get in there.
I don't need a
boys.
bat. I am a bat.
It's bright
It's
outside though.
daylight. It might be really, really overcast. It could be like on the heels of a storm or something. You never know.
It is foggy outside, but it is not dim lighting right now. It is just low visibility.
Worth a shot.
Okay.
All right. So we're gonna bat our way over.
Okay.
Fly to the Valk.
You guys are all lifted without much of a plan, given the Jules, just call out, we'll wait for 8 hours. After that, we'll start making our way.
All right. Plenty of time.
So,
Commune with nature would not work to be able to detect any undead that were in the city because it is not a natural place.
correct. It does
You
not
said we're only a
function in
couple-
city.
You said we're only a couple 100 feet away from the village, right?
Correct.
How wide was the village end from end? Like from the docks to the other side of the village, you think? Or if we could have judged at all, I guess.
200-300 feet. Trying to remember
Sounds
back
not
to the
bad.
map. Maybe
Less than a
350 to
mile.
400. Very much less than a mile. Yes.
Okay. Right before we go to head from the boat to the village, like right before the bat's going to pick us up, I'm going to spend a spell slot to use Primal Awareness.
Okay.
Wait, so I can detect. I can't detect numbers, but I'm sorry, primeval awareness. I can expend a spell slot, which it lasts for 1 minute per level of the slot. So I'll have it for 1 minute as we fly over there. To sense whether any aberrations, celestials, dragons, elemental, fae, fiends, or undead are present within 1 mile of you or within up to 6 miles of you if you're in your favorite terrain, which I don't have.
I was literally typing that suggestion into chat when you said you were doing
Though
it.
it's actually completely worthless because there's a vampire on the boat. Fuck.
I got 60 feet 5 times of undead vision, so.
What we can do is we can just tell them to go on, and we'll catch up with them.
Can you go a mile away from the village? You should be a mile away. I don't know if there's any way that since I know he is there and he is friendly, I can exclude him from the primeval awareness or anything, but
We can make a check for that.
sure. What kind of check?
When are you casting this when you get on the dock or on the ship itself?
I guess I would like to think that I would be like, oh wait, he is a vampire, and wait until we're getting on the dock. Like I know Dario's out there, maybe it'll make some kind of difference. I don't know.
Okay.
Just
And
kind
how
of
long
like try to spread my senses.
Is it
1 minute.
instantaneous? 1 minute.
Yeah, it's instantaneous. Takes an action to do. Lasts for 1 minute because I only have first level spell slots.
Gotcha. All right. You guys are lifted off of the ship, carried by a bat to shore. Each of you plopped right there on the dock. It's a foggy day. Give me perception checks. These will be at disadvantage.
Disadvantage. Oof, that could be better, but it could be worse. 16.
16.
30, 20.
30, 20.
Nice.
19.
19. Very nice.
Also 19 for Milo. 12 for his bird. And 12 for his drone. So the pets are struggling.
Tell me about the drone and the kestrel. Where are they going? I will say before you tell me that after about 30 feet or so, they start to lose vision because of the fog. So they will have to stay fairly low if they're flying around.
Okay. The drone will be maintaining 30 feet above us as like an early warning system.
Okay.
The kestrel doing a big circle of the town.
Okay. Gora, Missouri.
Perception check was a 15.
Very nice.
12.
12. All right. You sort of sit here and look around. The drones and the kestrel just now being sent out to look over the town, so they'll come back with information as soon as they can. Welcome, Crowley. You guys have now been ferried over to back to Scairn to deal with the remaining items.
17.
At 17 perception check at disadvantage.
Nice.
Wonderful. Awesome. So you all scan the shoreline, looking into the lodge and stuff, because that's about as far as you can see from the edge of the pier here. There's no movement. The silhouetted figures that were standing there at the edge of the dock no longer there. You do see bits of like blood splatter across the snow that have stayed there. Chunks of flesh and several dead undead forms still lying on the ground. They're still there. Footsteps, leading all over this dock and into the city from the scramble last night, but nothing moving. It is a very still morning here.
So there are. You said that the undead were lying on the dock.
They're still not on the dock itself, but in that alleyway where Gora, Mazur, and the rest of the pirates were holding the front line. There's still several zombies laying on the ground there.
Gotcha. The ones that were dispatched.
Correct.
We presume. Just gonna like very cautiously make my way to the end of the dock, and just as I step on to like that first step onto like onto land. I'm just gonna reach into that kind of that same well of weirdly magical ability that is both key and magic, and just draw out some of it and just force it just out. Using primeval awareness, trying my best to like, don't think about the vampire, don't think about the vampire, don't think about the vampire, don't think about the vampire.
Right.
Vampires aren't undead. Nope.
It's more trying to exclude him as you sort of
Right.
bring your awareness and pushing it out into the ground around you here. Sort of into this epicenter of where you're trying to like detect if there is anything undead here, and it's more trying to getting that ping, if you will, on your spell and excluding it. Give me a wisdom check, Gainwin. Straight wisdom.
Straight wisdom. Oh boy. I would say portent, but they both suck, so it'd be terrible. Not good. 11.
11.
Yeah.
It's the first time you've used this ability. First time you've come into these spells and other things that you've used before. You're still getting the hang of it. There is undead here. There is undead in the town. You feel that. You feel it close to you.
Okay.
But you don't know if it's within 11. You don't know if it's merely what was left behind. You don't know if it's what's right in front of you. Are they dispatched?
Okay. It's kind of.
It's me.
Oh no!
It was not knowing what he's doing. Milo's going to begin confirming the dispatch of the undead. Basically, just firing up the bolter to continual blast and flamethrowering all the bodies.
Okay.
I'll get the bats to set us down, and they'll try to patrol through the city, keeping low over buildings to see if they can hear anything inside, anything moving around or anything like that.
Okay. Give me 3 perception checks.
Okay. Straight rolls.
Straight rolls.
Or... Okay. 19. I'm sorry. I think they have +3. Let me find perception. Okay, that's 1 plus. So a dirty 20, a 3, and a natural 20 +1.
Wow.
There you go.
Nice. Okay. They will. What is their instruction? Is you don't really have communication back from them, but you can communicate to them. So what instruction do you give to them?
If they sense any movement in the city or hear anything, to come back and be a guide to where that movement was at.
Okay. All right.
Or to come pick me up and take me to where it's at.
Very well. Milo moves up closer to the alley where the fighting was happening. See anybody else doing anything?
I'm gonna accompany Milo.
Walking up with Milo.
Well, I've got that awareness for 1 minute, so I'm basically gonna make my way to the opposite side of the town and see if I start to detect if anything else happens to start popping up. If all of a sudden it's like, oh no, walking to the other side of the place and I detect fiends and aberrations. Oh god.
Azur is gonna follow Gandalf, and sure, I'll do that. Summon my Drake as well.
Okay. What color is the
And
Drake
help
this
him.
morning?
Bright blue.
Okay. What is Gorham and Crowley doing?
I'm just sticking with the group, waiting for time to smack.
I'll keep I'll be keeping Gorham company, so if there's any of the other ones that need help, I can teleport him over there immediately. Ride in on the action if needs be.
Okay. All right. So just to make sure I understand where the group is splitting here, you're checking the town. Milo is sort of on a main sweep of this alleyway and other undead, making sure that they are in fact dead with Kaushik. Artyom looks like he does.
I did want to get a telepathic bond going, if that goes without saying.
Easy
just
enough.
In case.
just let me know. Easy enough.
Yeah.
You can do that on the boat or on the dock. Easy enough. So you all have that mental link speaking to each other.
The group text.
The group text, as it were. Okay. So Milo, Kaushik moving up on this alleyway. Is that where Gorham and Crowley are going to, sticking with Milo and Kaushik, sort of just walking up this alleyway where they're trying to make sure the dead are dead?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Ganowin and Azur taking a little bit quicker route through the city, stepping over these corpses and whatnot. We'll start with our closest group first, and then we'll move to Azur and Ganowin. Artyom, who are you sticking with at the moment?
I'm going to try and climb up on that tavern, or have one of the bats just drop me on top of the tavern so I can try to see like a sight line. I know I can't see a lot through the fog, but at least maybe I can see what direction the bats are coming from. So whenever they come and grab me, I can give them a more detailed orientation of where trouble's at.
Okay. All right. It's going to take your bats a couple of minutes to go through the city, like because they're going up close to buildings, listening in for a couple of seconds to make sure they don't hear movement. But you'll be here for a few minutes. But having a little bit more vantage, seeing some of the tops of the building through the fog, but not much detail other than that. Our closest group, give me some perception checks for me, or investigation. Tell me what you're looking for, and then give me the roll you'd like to.
Was the closest group me and Kaushik, or
you, Kaushik, Gorham, and Crowley? I just like perception or investigation checks, whatever, and whatever you're looking for, if anything specific.
All right. Milo got an 11. He's very focused on clearing out the bodies. He's not looking around so much. The drone got a 14.
Is it disadvantage?
No. This is your immediate area. Unless you're looking for threats sort of further out, then it would be a disadvantage.
Perfect. So that is going to be a 27 perception.
Good God.
I'm not deep looking. I'm just scanning the area to see if I see any movement from literally anything.
Okay. All right.
Other than the squad.
Got a 5.
5. Are you looking for anything in particular, or just something to smack if needing
I
smack?
don't know. There's a fly buzzing around my nose. I can't fucking.
Those damned ice flies.
Drone was just keeping a lookout for approaching threats. So.
Okay.
Crowley's 19 on investigation.
Okay.
He's just trying to determine, he's keeping account of how many zombies would be in the village, because they've asked how many people are in the village. He's keeping count
of the zombies themselves.
Yeah, the bodies, number of bodies matching village, see if there were more than just the village itself that came in.
Okay.
Just keeping count.
Oh my God, I have my mic on mute. I'm sitting here crunching. I'm so sorry.
Kaushik crunching away at her morning hardtack this morning.
Sorry.
She saw the crispiness and she was like, nah.
She's
Nice.
got a icicle.
Nicely baked hardtack. Milo, you are doing a thorough job of sort of burning the undead away. Kaushik, with a 27, that's very good. You don't see any movement around you. This morning is incredibly still. There's no movement, no noise. It's a ghost town right now. There's none of the noises that were made in the morning where you guys had awoken here before, the sounds of people yelling out, people on the docks. It's all silenced. You're looking around at the bodies as Milo walks up to one and just charring them just to make sure. I mean, God knows what religion these people were before, but this is for the people of Scairn's safety more so than any religious beliefs or anything like that. You do see Milo go to get started on the next body, and you see a feminine figure that was turned undead. They weren't a villager, but you see like sort of long undead form there. You see like a gold locket around her neck, sitting there in like a nice tattered but now tattered and long decayed dress. If there's anything you'd like to do with that.
I would like to retrieve the locket before Milo starts burning that one.
Yeah, I was about to say Milo's going to hesitate before burning it and then hand it off to whoever's nearby. Just saying.
Make sure this gets to someone on the boat.
I open the locket. Is there any family visage or anything like that? Name, inscription?
All right. I will say, Kaushik saw this, so I'm going to throw it
Okay.
back to Kaushik. Kaushik, you see this as Milo's just sort of focused on fire right now, and Crowley is sort of behind you, keeping tally and like a notepad of undead and villagers slain. But you spot this golden locket if you so choose to do anything with it.
No, Kasha probably doesn't want to take it.
Okay.
Would you have pointed it out to Milo?
I mean, if you didn't notice it, yeah.
I think that's what he was. Were you saying that I didn't notice it?
Correct. It just sort of enveloped in as you're burning away. If Kaushik wouldn't say anything, then Milo and Crowley Crowley more so than Milo is Milo. You're sitting there making sure that these things are burnt. We're gonna have to get to Milo's fascination with fire at some point, but for now, Kaushik is there's just sort of looking at it, and Crowley sort of keeping tally and finishing the count in this alleyway. You sort of spot Kaushik's gaze on this locket down there. Picking it up, if you so choose to do so, you see a rough painting, very rough. It looks like maybe an amateur artist, and on the on one side, and it looks like three figures, mother, father, child, and then on the opposite side, a symbol of Dolora.
I'll tuck that away, see if we can't find family for her once we get back to the boat.
Very well.
Specify DM, did you say this looked like it was one of the villagers, or it looked like somebody who wasn't one of the villagers?
It was somebody who was turned undead.
Correct.
Right.
As you're with these checks that they're getting right now, it is seemingly that these undead were villagers at some point.
Gotcha.
These weren't just zombies that were magically conjured into this place. These were villagers at some point. So, as you guys sort of exit out of this alleyway, everything remains undead. You melt some of the snow, Milo, in doing this, but eventually these undead forms are burnt away. And you exit out on sort of the main road of this village where you guys had entered in before, down to your left, where the Yawning Yeti is down there, and this sort of Karnathi caravan that is situated right in the middle of this main street. Flip back over to our other duo making their way further into the city a little bit quicker, not really knowing that your party has that alleyway handled. Moving further into the city, a couple of our ranger dudes move out on the opposite side of the city. Sort of what your sight is greeted with, no perception before perception checks, is you see mostly residential buildings, small thatch huts, much like the lodges over there, built for cold weather because that's where they're at, and just small fishing village, but residential in nature. You see another smaller like town square, if you will, where there's just a space. It looks like there was maybe a gathering area, like a picnic area, and a well drilled here. And then on the opposite sides of those, on the far side of the town, you see a cemetery over there. If I can get perception checks or investigation checks, your choice, and what you're looking for, please.
Okay.
And I'll This will also be another wisdom check on your primeval awareness. Yes.
Okay. Wisdom check first. 21.
21. Okay.
Would this perception check still be at disadvantage?
Depending on what you're looking for. If you're looking for threats along the horizon, you're at the woods at this point, but there's still a low-lying fog throughout the woods. So if you're looking for threats coming in, disadvantage. If you're looking for something up close and near your feet, you tell me.
I'll keep looking near myself for the moment.
Okay.
Okay, that's a lot better.
Azur would be looking towards the horizon, I guess. And a nat 20 and a nat 19, so.
All right.
Nice.
Yeah. What's the total?
Would be 26.
Okay. Azur, as you're sort of looking around here, being an air genasi, part of this is sort of just like in your nature, right? Like the winds, the fogs, this is sort of ingrained into your blood. You're taking a look at the horizons, into the town, around alleyway corners, making sure you're keeping an eye out, sort of crossbow out, checking these corners, making sure Gandalfin's able to look for whatever he is, but you're looking out and it's still, oddly still, even as you guys make your way to the edge of the woods. 0 bird noises. 0 small fauna looking around. Like no rabbits, no anything. There's nothing in this area moving.
All right. Well, I got 23 on my perception. I am looking closer to what's closer around us. I'm trying to see if I spot any drag marks or something similar. See if I know those things were specifically trying to drag off Artyom, but they didn't. I want to see if maybe they tried to drag off anybody else instead.
Okay. What was your perception check?
23.
23. With a 21 wisdom check, right?
21. Yeah, 21 wisdom. Still kind of keeping that just general awareness to see if anything else enters that space. If I get any sense of change.
Okay.
To what I'm able to sense.
Handling,
It only lasts for a minute, so I can't imagine that it would have lasted for much longer than us getting out here.
Right. No, you guys hastily made your way here, using the rest of this sort of time to go back, sort of sending that out and seeing what you detect with a 21. Feeling what's in this area. We'll go. I imagine this is sort of a ripple effect from Gandalf. Right. So the first thing that hits you is very, very close to you. About 60 feet away, maybe, in the center of this graveyard. A sense of cold in your soul, a feeling of undead. Something necrotic sits there, strong. Going out from that, goes further and further and into the wood. Just odd, out and out of the way, but a sense of fey. Just on the edge.
All right.
With a perception check of drag marks, you don't see any drag marks here. But unsurprising, because you and Kaushik were the ones to see that this thing's face went from wild and mindless to malevolent and calculating very quickly, somehow, right, when they went to go grab Artyom. So it's not easy it's not hard to suss out that these things were moving with purpose, trying to grab Artyom.
Right. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that if once they didn't get their intended target, they didn't say, fuck it, might as well get what we can and grab some villagers up.
Doesn't seem like it.
Okay. All right. I'm just gonna, over the group chat, as that primeval fairness fades, I imagine. Yeah, there's something pretty necromantic in this graveyard. There's something fey out in the woods.
There's something. What do you see?
Don't see it, feel it.
All right. What direction from the town?
Couldn't tell you exactly. In the woods somewhere. Just somewhere out there. Somewhere within the mile. It's not very exact. Could be nothing.
Artyom's confused by that, but
Same.
break off a couple of bats to see if they can maybe start flying over the woods. Maybe
And I'm just
detect
gonna-
anything that's in there.
Just kind of get Azor's attention, just like kind of point towards the cemetery. And I know it's the middle of the day, but at the very least, via sound, stealth that way.
Okay.
Like try not to make the snow crunch too much.
Right. Yeah. Go ahead and roll that for me. Azor, are you sneaking up with him?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, that's so bad. 17.
Mhm. And before that, yeah, I just had to make sure that I could do that. I was gonna cast Pass Without a Trace.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
27.
27, and then Azor.
It's a lot better.
It's a lot better. Yeah, it's a 4 on the dice.
24 plus my actual stealth.
Let's go.
Yeah,
Stealthy boys. Stealthy boys.
33.
33. You guys make not a noise as you sneak towards the cemetery. And Azor, I'll say with Ganowin sort of pointing out like the direction, and you guys start sneaking this way with your high perception check, you also realize sort of the edge of the woods that this graveyard is sort of built on. It's somewhat obscured from vision from like a smattering of trees in between, just like as you know, the residents here probably planted themselves to sort of keep that graveyard off to the side and not always in view. But up the barks, Azor, as you're sort of looking out and scanning for threats, you sort of notice up the trees coming from like the roots to not very high, but maybe about six feet or so, that the bark sort of blackens and darkens on sides with a 26, and you see that it's all on the sides of the trees that are facing this graveyard. With that, we'll move to Artyom, who's on here. Your bats are scanning around. Wow. I would ask high or low, Kent, but I know the answer that I will receive.
Right.
Your bat that rolled a natural 20. Where did you send it?
I probably had a couple go to the left, a couple in the middle, a couple to the right, just from my location, and that was the third one, so it'd be off towards. If the coast would be at my back, then to the right side of the city.
To the right side of the city. Okay. Very well. One of your bats on that right hand side, Ganowin and Azor seeing, and the rest of you from this alleyway seeing it sort of fly over you, and it sits on the eaves of these roofs and like makes its way down, peering into windows and everything like that, making the chittering noise, trying to see if it sees anything, but being blocked by either glass or wood. Also just uses, its ears, keen ears to listen in for a few moments to see what it hears shuffling. There are a few moments one takes off from a building in the far right hand corner of this village and takes off to you, and you said to come and grab you and take you to it. So you see it rocketing at you, and it just snatches you up by your shoulders and starts taking you in that direction.
All right. I will let folks know the direction that as soon as I see the bat making a beeline for me, like It's to the north of them, because this is an eastern coast, right?
Correct. So it would, yeah, this would be the northwest part of the city.
Okay.
Yeah.
Northwest side. I'm checking it out now, and now like unlight the cover on my staff so that maybe if people look up, they see at least some sort of hazy orb flying through the fog.
It takes you all of a couple of seconds to get there. Like I said, not a huge city.
Okay.
So where do you have this? Your bat drop you off?
Just on top of the building.
Right on top of it. It sits down beside you. What do you do?
I'll listen for myself to see if I can hear anything inside.
Give me a perception check.
11 plus 9. 30, 20. Okay.
30, 20. You listen around for a moment, and then you hear the clinking of glass, maybe? Subtle. Someone's trying to be quiet in there. But they are moving.
It sounds like there's something inside this building. I can hear something clinking on glass or moving on what might be broken glass, or maybe something on their person clinking as they try to move stealthily. I can check it out, or we can all do this together. What's the plan?
It's probably for
Ow.
the best that we do it together, right?
Yeah, how are we looking on the body burning?
You're done. You've made your way out into the middle of the city. Past this point, you don't see many bodies, as many, except for RTM has burnt several of these bodies to Milo's satisfaction in fire elemental form. But other than that, in this sort of town square area, you see half-covered bodies of just villagers that were mauled by zombies, not zombies themselves. There are probably 6 to 7 bodies just out here in the middle. And you see them in various states of like just attempting to flee and wherever they fell and were pounced on.
Milo will offer out a hand to Kaushik.
Want to head over there towards him?
Yeah. I think we should.
Airlift Kaushik over to Archon.
Don't we still have the bats, or are we just...
I mean,
No,
not
it's-
immediately.
I sent
Okay,
the
okay.
bats out to
Oh,
do
yeah.
recon.
Sorry. Bring a birth.
As you guys are flying off, you just hear Gorm going, "No, it's fine. I'll walk."
Milo will return for Gorham after he drops off Kaushik.
Again, this town is not big. By the time you get flown over there, you get there, a minute earlier, maybe. But walking at a pace and keeping your eyes out, making sure there's nothing running at you, like keeping your ears open, making sure that there's no zombies around. You guys make your way over to this building that RTM is currently on top of, and just sort of listening to. It's on you. What would you like to do here? There's nothing remarkable about this building. It is another place of residence in this fishing village.
Let's just
I'm
get down
gonna
to it and just bust down the door.
Hold up. And send the drone in first so we don't get ambushed.
Right.
Send it on in.
The door is closed. The windows are closed. This place there's no easy place of access.
No chimney or anything?
I would say definitely a chimney. Your drone does see like going around here, maybe the remnants. It's not like a roaring fire in there, but a small like wisp of smoke. Maybe last night's fire. Okay.
Down the hatch.
Down the hatch. Makes its way down the chimney, keeping far enough as it makes its way down, keeping far enough away from some like low burning embers. Definitely last night's fire. Go ahead and make a perception check for me.
Not incredible, but not terrible, I don't think. I believe that's a +4, but I'm double checking. Somehow closed my D&D Beyond page. There's an 11 on the dice, so it's probably a +4, but I'll get back with you on that if it's going to be that close of a call.
11 plus 4?
I believe so, yeah. I'm double checking.
Okay. Drone gets around, looks around, doesn't see anything at first. And then from like a wardrobe, like a tall cabinet, it sees sitting from within a hand reach out, grab like a jar of jam, bring it back into this cabinet, and silently close the door again.
There's a +6, by the way.
Okay.
Not a +4. Just for future reference, because I know I'll forget again.
There's something in there, but I don't think the undead crave fruit jam.
It's brain jam. Sorry.
How big was the hand?
He'll briefly describe the scene with it. Like it was like a closet or a cupboard or something that it retreated back into.
Like one of those tall like curio cabinet sort of deals where you would stick clothing.
So,
Yeah, it's in a cabinet.
No, so it doesn't seem to be undead then.
so as soon as Milo describes that, I'm just gonna try opening the door and go in.
Okay. Go to open the door. It is locked.
One moment.
Jesus.
Milo, you probably
are you
could have
doing?
just tell them to open the door. We've already done enough damage to this place.
That door is gone.
don't know what
I
to-
think it's done,
Too
right?
I hope this door is just breaks your hand.
That man said, "No, Milo, don't."
Oh,
Oh, so
no.
sad.
Our door, it's broken.
What's the roll, Milo?
He's got a. What's the attack roll for hitting a
Give me a strength
Door.
check.
for the shot gauntlet?
We're gonna shock the door open.
Explode.
Right, it's a
It does
sonic concussive.
thunder
Oh, you have a-
I'm
damage.
just
Yeah.
kidding.
Don't you have a lightsaber?
Just give me an attack roll real quick.
Right, a 19 on the dice plus things.
Roll damage on the thunder damage.
I mean, what's this door made out of? Milo's got really heavy armor. He could just walk at that door aggressively and probably knock it off its fucking
It's made
hinges.
of.
The
It's made of a
11
nice.
Milo
points.
wanted to be extra.
11
points of thunder damage.
Where are you
got-
punching on the door? You punching on the knob or next to the hinges?
Right behind the knob, trying to blast through the locking mechanism or whatever.
Probably walks up. You hear as the fucking door just blasts open.
Is there
Tyler,
any
that
piece,
was not necessary.
Is there any piece of wood still on the hinges at all?
About half of the door.
I'll just knock after that. Doot, 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 doot.
There is no answer.
Got the
I'm
drone
walking in.
pointing its little tiny blaster at the curio
So
cabinet.
fucked.
Okay.
I'll just step in since this door was already open.
I'm swinging the cabinet door open. If I see the cabinet, I'm swinging it. I don't give a fuck.
Walk over there, open the cabinet.
Dude, that thing peaked so hard.
Yeah,
that
you
did not
can't
hear
do
any
anything.
of that.
Anything.
Oh, did it really? Oh, that's so
Yeah.
unfortunate. I think Skype
just
had
went-
to
That
be.
was a silent scream.
That's-
This is how you kill someone, just scare them to death.
That's so unfortunate. But louder.
Nope, still nothing.
Nope, did not hear it.
All right, you know what?
Yep.
It's Skype doing it because my mic's picking it up. You know what we're gonna do here?
Wow.
I'm gonna scream again. Be damned.
Scream till it works.
Be damned to the neighbors.
It's gonna sound like Darth Vader when he screams again.
No.
He goes. Anything? Okay, wonderful.
Good morning. How are you?
Kaushik,
Turn
what's
off
your
sound canceling
what's
or
your?
something.
Oh shit, never mind.
Do I recognize this person?
Before you go to analyze the facial features or anything, a jar of jam comes launching out towards your face. Unfortunately, just sort of right past you as you dodge out of the way, and fruit jam hits the roof and starts like just onto the floor. You're looking at a sort of thin teenage boy with a shaved dark hair as Tobias looks at you with hands ready to fight.
What the hell are you doing?
Hiding. Grabs the doorknobs and shuts them again.
I'm just gonna turn and look at everybody else.
Grab and get
Tobias.
him out. We don't have time to negotiate or talk to him. We'll get the bat and get him thrown back to the ship immediately.
Jesus Christ.
Tobias, your father's safe. I'm pretty sure his father's safe. We talked to him last night. I was pretty sure.
Sort of peeks
Yes.
an eye out through the door.
Grab him
We're
by
just
the
gonna
collar.
get you
We
to-
need to go.
Tobias, we're gonna get you to a ship, so just go out the door.
Oh, okay, all right.
Brr, brr, get him to his
When
dad.
you get picked
brr.
up, don't freak out. I imagine what?
Just handing him off to a bat.
Yeah. Yep. Your dad's on the boat. He'll take care of you. Fuck.
Terrible.
He says to him as he sails away.
Distant yelling of a teenage boy as he is flown away.
You're doing a great job, Tobias.
As you sort of look around, it is cold in this room. Now that you find yourself, you see a large pane like glass window smashed to bits on this side, and a small fire going around. But it looks like this place was just sort of thrown, like torn asunder. Beds flipped over, everything else. Yeah, sort of what you find in this area.
What flavor's the jam?
Fucking damn it.
Catch some off the roof. It seems like
Good berry.
Schnozberries.
it's not good
Well,
berry.
As long
like
as it's
a-
not raspberry, leave this house to burn.
Schnozberries. Tastes like schnozberries.
like blackberry, like a blackberry jam.
Okay.
It's a good
alright.
jam. It's good.
Good
fruit.
taste. Good taste.
At least he kept himself safe.
This particular house, does it look like a dude that was hungry was looking for something to eat, or does it look like an army of undead came through and just smashed shit up looking for people to eat?
Give me an investigation check.
3.
3.
Oh no! Wait. What's my intelligence? Oh, okay. 4.
With a 4.
No. Oh, I can't do math. 5. We're getting up there. We're getting up there.
Woo! We're halfway to double digits.
Two
Let's
plus
give you a
3.
second.
2
Give
plus
you a
3.
second to add one more.
I would
2
love
plus
for
3. Okay.
Milo to
I feel like
portent you
I
to a
deserve
level.
another point.
Portent it down to 1 from 2 to 1.
That'd be fucked up.
Um,
That'd be so petty.
it's kind of chaos in here right now. It's hard to tell. Perhaps some got in after the fact. Yeah, it's hard to tell. Okay. What else would you like to do?
Let's check the rest of these houses. It's not the big place, and my bets haven't listened to anything else, so we should probably be able to sweep through these pretty easily.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's start sweeping then.
Okay.
Sweeping. We got like 7.5 hours left or something.
You guys are going to start sweeping houses, Gainwin and Azur. So we sort of go back to this
On
group.
our way to the spooky shit.
So you get there closer to the graveyard itself, looking over. You see about 40 graves. Opened and recently disturbed. Very clearly. That is not surprising. It looks like something has, with just a quick glance, something has turned this place into mulched soil and snow.
That's not good. Well, there's something bad around here. Let's see if we can find it, I guess. Start looking around for this super evil, like, powerful source of necromantic energy that I felt.
Sure, give me a couple of investigation checks.
I'm the best. Let's go. Yeet.
The best around.
Okay, that could be worse. By a lot. That's a 13.
13. Azur?
Investigation, not negative.
uh,
I don't lie. What is all this? What's going on here?
11.
11.
Keen eyes.
You guys are searching through chaos here. I mean, you guys are adept at pinpointing things in crowds and in nature, but this is just turned soil, and you're looking around. You don't see any bodies or anything. It's not like open cavernous things. It's not like someone cleanly dug up these graves and extracted the bodies.
What they fucking
Very much like a la
God.
Night of the Living Dead, raised out of here. As you're sort of going through here, there is a Gainwin, probably the first to spot it, tripping over it more than finding itself. You see sort of a raised area of dirt in this. Most of this graveyard looks like someone has been at least taking care of it for a while, shoveling a majority of the snow off of these graves. Respectable thing to do here, whether it's the loved ones or someone that just generally takes care of this place. So the snow here isn't as heavy. It's not, a foot thick here. You see the grass and dirt beneath it. Sort of trip over a raised, barely raised piece where this path leads through these graves on either side of you, of a just freshly raised patch of dirt and grass in the middle of all of them. There's no grave marker here, is what makes it odd.
It's not open.
Correct. You get a little bit closer look, being right on top of it at this point, which both of you are. Take a closer look. Looks like someone's packed something down into the dirt.
Is this people sized or is this?
No.
Okay, so this doesn't look like an unmarked grave.
Doesn't look like it.
I don't like the way that you phrase that. It doesn't look like it. Thanks, man. Great. Is there a shovel around here? Hey, Chad, this is a graveyard. Any tools of the trade?
You see sort of off to the side, hung on part of the fence that surrounds this place, that you do see a couple of tools kept for tending the place when people do visit their loved ones, for tending their loved ones grave sites.
Take that as no shovel.
No big shovel, but you see small things meant to
trowel.
Clear out weeds and stuff like that. Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Well, if it's not people size, yeah, I'll go grab a trowel. Okay, give me that. Yeah, all right. You should probably stand back a bit. If something tries to murder me, shoot the fuck out of it. Fuck it. Yeah. If it looks like somebody very recently buried something here, digging that bitch up.
Doesn't look recent. You're closer.
Look recent.
Doesn't look too recent, no. Doesn't look like within the past couple of days.
Does it look like maybe within the past, 2 months?
Maybe.
Yeah,
Wait,
digging that
I don't
fucker
know.
up.
Okay.
Have you
Start.
communicated any of this across the?
I'll say as I'm going to put the trowel in for the first time, I'll go, oh, hey, by the way, it looks like somebody buried something here a couple months ago. Not the person, or at least not person sized. I get to figure out what it is. Shoop!
Okay.
Probably the source of the strong necromantic energies I was getting the vibes for earlier, so if I scream, you know what happened. Whoop! Second trowel full of dirt.
Fucking
Great success.
Artyom just fucking body language is like a motherfucker. And you just see him looking up into the skies. He's like, all right, come and fucking pick me up, whatever bat's closest.
You still have the one that's right there on the roof of the building that brought you over here, so easy enough. You have it fly you over to the graveyard.
Yeah, I'll have it start getting me that way.
Okay.
We have a dragon.
It's true. You do have a dragon.
Easy. Fuck, who's gonna fuck with us? A whole
Okay.
dragon. Nothing bad's ever happened to a dragon in this campaign.
Come on. Not
Well,
bad.
You all are digging Artyom, you're on your way. The rest of
Yep.
you scanning through buildings. Is that what I'm getting? Looking for more survivors?
Yes.
And go from building to building. This is going to take you all of maybe an hour and a half. There are not many buildings here. But to go into one, to call out a little bit more sensibly that you are there and that you're there to help them, no one answers your calls. You see several of the homes, especially in this main thoroughfare where Milo's Kestrel initially noted that the lights were going out one by one. In this main thoroughfare, and including the Yawning Yeti, the undead made it inside. And you do not find survivors. Many people are dead in here. As you make your way through, confirming it, there are enough of you that are medically inclined to check on them very clearly that these things went mindlessly through the city to cause chaos.
So there were no victims that night that were raised?
Doesn't seem like it.
They didn't get bit and then turn or anything.
I'll say maintaining Crowley's
Goodness.
investigation check with the count and everything. Granted, you don't have much of a comparison, but it doesn't look like, as you guys go through here, you don't know everybody in this village, but the dead are still lying on the floor. So, with that taking an hour and a half to sort of scan through these buildings, unless there's anything else that you would like to do while that's going on. Yeah.
I'm
Did,
sad.
I was gonna say, did they give Crowley? Crowley would like to ask Milo, or not Milo, but the other guys accounted for a graveyard if they see the graveyard nearby. I don't know if he sent that over the mind link or anything.
Yep, right here, right now. What's up?
I need an accurate count of the number of graves.
You said there were like 40.
About 40.
Right, DM?
Mm-hmm.
About 40.
Crowley's gonna add that to his total and separate 40 to see if that adds to his count at all. Make sure that's
Vague.
accurate.
Vague understanding of what the number 40 is.
Azor will confirm that there are 40 graves.
Yes, 40 graves.
Excellent. To
Wait.
the total.
As you put that on the total, Crowley, so far in this area, you guys have found 20 undead bodies.
At 20.
Mhm.
We're missing 20 if they did originate from the graveyard. Were all the graves disturbed?
Yep.
Yes, indeed.
With more confidence then, we're missing 20.
All right. They've got to be somewhere.
I like your optimism.
Can we perhaps start tracking from where do they lead from the graveyard?
Tell you in a minute.
We found 20 total undead bodies, like burned and all that.
Yeah.
There would be more than 20. They turned some of them during the attack. We found more recently turned ones.
We're looking for the initial 40.
Is that true, DM?
What's that?
That some of the bodies appeared to have been turned during the attack?
Didn't look like it.
Oh, I thought you said there was like a recently turned one or something.
As in like her body. I think you just meant for like
Oh,
it
okay.
would have been turned from the
Recent
grave.
dead.
I misunderstood.
The undead that you have found were in different stages of decay.
Just different stages of decomposition.
Right.
Okay. I misunderstood. I thought you were implying that there had been some that were turned during the attack.
None that you saw.
And this lines up incredibly.
Redacted.
Marker over line.
Edit the script, guys. Edit the script.
This is a long stage play, guys. We can't be doing this. Anyway, so I guess a good place to start would be the graveyard and just start tracking from there then. because they had to have attacked the city in great numbers. We saw evidence of that last night.
Oh yeah.
We follow where they went from the graveyard. Obviously, a lot of them went to the town, and maybe we can find tracks from there.
Could Milo make an investigation check to try and figure out where they'd gone? Like look for clues or something?
I think that'd fall more under survival for tracking. Because you're tracking through snow.
Yeah, I'm
And
kind of looking
I
toward
got
my
you.
guy over here. I'm going to grant you inspiration on this, by the way.
I also got good survival.
Well, I'm currently going to the graveyard to find out what the fuck Milo's gonna do.
Who?
I mean,
I got-
how
I got decent
Gandawan's gonna
survival.
get himself killed this time.
One
I
trifle
didn't
at a
realize you were
time,
already in
baby.
flight, then never mind.
What were you saying, Kaushik?
I literally said, I got decent survival.
If you guys would like to. Right now, in the middle of town, I'm going to go ahead and tell you that the DC here is definitely going to be more difficult as there's chaos in the middle of the streets, right? Like there are footprints going every direction. It looks like, and some lead to bodies that are lying on the ground. Some lead to undead that have been burnt. But there's just chaos right here.
Would it be a straight roll or a disadvantage?
That's why I suggest, but just to confirm one more time, Artyom's already flown off to go find Gandalin, right? Okay, so taking
At
back
the
that inspiration.
graveyard.
No one gets it.
Very well. If you
Damn.
would like to track footsteps here in town, give me a survival check at disadvantage.
Nice.
Like here in the main thoroughfare.
Get their ass. Find them.
17.
Also 17.
2 17s. All right. Crowley and Kasha, because you're just sort of looking around. Yes? Okay. You're sort of looking through here, finding footprints, and you're looking at them like, all right, well, I'm going to follow this, and it leads to someone laying dead on the ground. I'm going to follow this. You see some undead laying on the ground as well. You see a larger set of footprints.
I would like to mark every path we track one at a time. I think I can use prestidigitation to mark something on them, like a little color. So every path I track, or I see that she tracks, I would like to just mark it.
Okay.
That this path has been followed.
Yeah. So it was just mark the beginning and end of different colors. Easy enough. That's pretty cool. So you mark footprints of one zombie leading to, or a set of footprints leading to one zombie, a set of footprints leading to a dead body in the snow. You start another trail of larger prints in the snow. Much larger. It's not hard to deduce that this is probably belonging to the Bone Claw, which did not originate from the graveyard itself. Seems like both of them at least started their journey on the northern side of town, walked around, and then brought up from the south to the north, coming up that main thoroughfare, turning off lights. You see each one lead and turn off, lead to these lampposts and where these ever burning torches were. It seems like that's what their plan was, to snuff them out. After that, you see that they did not go on a killing spree. They do not lead into any other houses or businesses or anything. They step to the edges of the lodge that you all were in, and they wait. They stop there.
Crowley would like to go back into that lodge. I'm sorry, but yeah, he would like to go back into that lodge himself and investigate again.
Okay. To the lodge where you guys were having dinner?
Yes.
Yeah. What are you looking for?
So they stopped outside the lodge, and this is before all the panic ensued, or no? They were
Timing of it, you don't know. You just know that their footprints, after following their footprints, seeing each of them go to these lampposts, they step to the back side of the lodge where Gorham was first impaled and attacked.
Okay, never mind. All right, I see what's happening here. Okay, I would like to notify the rest of the group mentally. It's like, The two large ones started to the north. They made their way south and began taking out the lights one by one, systematically. Koshik and I managed to track them down. We need to get a search team over there. I don't think Koshik and I should be the ones to start our search north.
Okay.
Both bone claws did perish, correct?
Hmm.
Seemingly, at least.
Seemingly.
They both
One
did
more-
that thing where they went, woo! They got abducted by something.
One more question north to south of town. Where is the cemetery located?
The cemetery is on the west side of town, the furthest west side of town against the wood.
Okay. And that's the path north to west they took?
Yeah, that's what's interesting
south.
about them is that as you guys are following these larger set of footprints, starting on the northern side, they don't come from the western side. They instead come from up the hill.
So they bypass it entirely.
Looks like they started. You don't know. It looks like they go up the hill where the onto the cliff side. Where they go from there, you're unsure, but it looks like they stopped at the northern side of town and then walked around, maybe like passing by the graveyard, and then started at the south going north.
Sounds like we got a hill to climb.
It does. We need another tracker with us. Someone a bit better at than.
Oh,
Artyom.
Artyom.
It's a really deep hole.
It can only be one place at once.
Well, you're close since you're by the cemetery. There's a ledge up. You should see it when you're passing by, I believe.
You guys are very familiar with this cliff. You took a trip to
yeah,
the Church of the Blood of
right.
All up there.
We need to search up there. They seem to have passed up there for a time before making their way down south.
If they're still in the city, it's a small city. We'll stumble upon them. If they left the city, I'll find them where they went. I'm just trying to make sure gambling doesn't blow something up.
Why did they bury this so deep?
That's fine. I'm just saying next point of interest should be.
Yep, absolutely. I agree 100%.
All right. Good luck up there. Don't blow up yourself.
Yep.
I lean over to Koshik. Maybe we should just watch.
Just eye on the horizon for like a giant blue explosion or some weird shit.
Yeah, we'll give it like 10 minutes, Koshik.
Yeah. Russian cursing ensues.
Oh wait, never mind.
You sure?
Yeah, what do you want to do before I die? Like,
Oh, I forgot that I don't have Unseen Servant. I was gonna assist with the digging.
The digging's no problem. As soon as I get there, I'm just gonna move earth.
You see, Ganwin has made his way with this small shovel made for tending graves. He's digging straight down in this hard, frozen dirt. You've got.
I just like take out one of the kukri because they're magical. Fucking see if it does any better on the dirt and like break it up. Or
This sounds familiar.
disrespectful to the weapon. God,
Hey,
I can
man.
say monk doing this. Oof,
Very
that's
practical,
sacrilege
can't say
right there.
monk. Very practical, can't say monk.
Digging out. What are you doing? Are you gonna do what's it called?
Mold
Shaper?
earth. Yeah.
Mold earth. Yeah.
Just 5-foot cube, I think.
5-foot cube.
Well, actually, it might not work. It says loose earth, and you said it was hard packed, icy ground. So.
Yeah, it's like hard compacted earth. It's been frozen for several months
2
now.
months.
Have we made it over there yet?
Yeah, again, a very, very small town, guys.
Okay, so mold earth would not work.
Let's look at the wording.
Got the shovel in there, Milo.
Not immediately.
Fuck.
But 1 second.
I'm going to say it's not going to work as well for you. It's going to take some time to do this, but it'll still work. Not going to rob the spell of its utility.
With the right tool for the job, I can magically create one set of artisan's tools in an unoccupied space within 5 feet of me.
Dirt.
Oh wait, no, that takes 1 hour. Never mind.
Okay.
Never
Holy
mind.
crap.
It's good.
All
Good,
matter of perspective.
good
really.
attempt.
Good attempt. I was gonna be like, shovel. Never mind. It'll take an hour.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll try to mold this earth line up as best as it'll get molded.
A rod of lordly might when you need one.
So
I'm like 3 for 3 on
Shovel
almost having the right answer for the question at hand.
loosening up the soil, Ganwin sort of
thank God.
still digging away though, but making it a lot easier to manipulate and get out of your way. Sort of
Stuff.
in this rectangle that has been dug down. It was dug maybe 3 or 4 feet, it seems. You're digging for a minute. Let's say
Fucking hell.
a minute. A long time. Kaushik and Crowley are probably just finishing up as your shovel pink into something hard in the ground.
What is it? I'm gonna look.
You look and you see like the uncovering of, take the shovel, scrape to the side a little bit, some like black gem-like material.
This isn't like a
What
little
might
tiny
you do?
coffin or anything, is it? Like,
Doesn't look like it.
okay.
You can't really make out the main shape. You just kind of hit it
Can
with
I-
the shovel.
Take the trowel and start like trying to scrape what away from what's around that to uncover it towards its edges.
Sure. Start moving around its edges. Eventually, you uncover a disc almost a foot in length with sort of sharp spiraled sides off to either side, coalescing into the middle, into some sort of rune, it looks like. Almost top shaped, where it coalesces into the middle, and then on the point on the top looks like a rune.
Pry it up. How hard is it to remove?
I guess that depends. Are you trying to remove it with the shovel?
Well, I figured I'd try to pry it up.
Okay.
With where it was like loosen it up where it's at around the edges.
Give me a strength check.
Hell yeah, I'm so good at this. Very strong.
I will aid him.
He's so
Hell
strong.
yeah. Strong boys. Fucking.
How do you aid him,
What's it
RTM?
Having the spell to try and keep the earth loose so that he can pull it up easier.
Is that with advantage? Question mark? Or
Yeah.
just with a bonus? Okay.
Yeah, no, go ahead and make it with advantage. He's aiding you.
Jesus Christ. Well, I dropped a 4 for a 10 for a total of strength a total of 11.
11. You're prying on
Oh,
it. Something with the shovel. You're taking the shovel and you don't have a lot of leverage here, like pushing it down and trying to pry it up. It's like it's stuck in the ground. You can't see the bottom half of it to see what it looks like, but getting around the lip of it and trying to pry it up, something is keeping it anchored here.
Okay. And you said it has these little things that branch out from it, so it's like spokes, kinda.
Yeah, sort of off on the sides.
Okay. Well, I'm wearing gloves.
Mhm.
So I get my hands under a couple of the spokes to see if I can just straight up.
Sure.
Maybe.
You grab a hold
He's
of it.
about to roll dice.
Does he shank?
Is there room for Milo to assist?
I'm in danger.
I'm looking
Uh,
for with him, Milo. Are we? Am I crazy?
Well, Kaushik and Crowley, you're just now finishing up your tracking of these bone claw feeds coming from the northern side of town. Milo, would you have been with RTM? I mean, this is
Yeah,
a
they're about
very,
to
very small town.
dig up potential large evil. I thought I'd said earlier. I said no.
It's
Okay,
fine.
yeah.
This looks like it's a big Beyblade. Like, how bad could it be?
Yeah, essentially. You walk over to the other side and you go to help Ganwin as he reaches his hands down around this thing and goes to pull it up. Ganwin, as you grab a hold of this thing and go to lift it up, you take 6 points of necrotic damage as you touch it.
Ow! Let go! Fucking shit. Evil rock.
Ow.
It hurts. Fucking shake a hand.
All right.
Should we just blow it up?
No, I feel like this is
Like,
probably something
just
we need
disperse.
to use as a kind of maybe evidence that someone's doing some fucked up shit here. I mean, like, you don't just accidentally add this kind of thing into a graveyard, right?
Right, but if
Right.
it is going to stop the other as of yet unfound undead.
Sure, but it also might
Well,
just
you-
disperse the energy.
You can identify
around.
it. So, if I could you, we'll try to keep getting this out of here with various means.
I'll just keep trying to just excavate the earth around it so that we can just have it sitting in a hole.
As soon as I can get this uncovered, then you can see how it works and if it's active keeping these things alive or if it was just a fail-safe trigger that is full of negative or necromantic energy and doesn't want people to fuck with it, then we can go from there.
Well, if it's going to be hurting y'all while you dig it up, I can go ahead and start trying to figure out what it is before you do so.
Make an
I'm not
Arcana check,
using-
Milo.
I'm not using my hands, so it's not going to bother me.
Oh, okay.
Don't touch the evil rock. It
That would be a
hurts.
28.
28.
Fucking
This
awesome.
this is a large Maybar crystal.
Oh.
Oh,
Glad I'm not there. I could have told you that.
Oh God, I'm not there. Told you that.
oh,
What?
hold on a second. Yep, I'll just step back real quick. This is a really big Maybar crystal.
What does that mean?
Really big.
All right.
Maybar is the same as the ones that are holding the souls, right?
Incorrect. Those are Sybaris crystals.
We got a whole bunch of different crystals. Bear with me.
Maybar is what Kaushik's focus is. The little black.
the
It's
plane of
from a bad place.
the plane of Maybar with a 28 Milo, you would know that this is the place of negative energy. This is the place of undeath. This is the place of darkness.
Gotcha. I'm dead.
We were there for like a few seconds.
I don't think
The
Milo was
circus.
outside. I think it was
Was
just
Milo
Kaushik-
not one of the
No,
ones that was out there? Okay.
it was just Kaushik and Artyom that were outside.
Well, never
Yeah,
mind.
my
We
bar,
gotta
the-
talk about this.
the
Nobody
endless
told anybody. Like, hey, by the way, we were in Maybar for like, we were in a lot of danger.
Yeah, this is most definitely something to do with all the undead. Kind of like, a part of Maybar's whole thing.
Right.
Isn't that didn't the captain say that over in Farland it was that island was a manifest zone of
Right.
Maybar or something like that?
Benefit zone
Yep.
Maybar. So,
Oh, that's bad.
which means that he probably can have all kinds of rocks here, which is great news because if we can get this thing and send it to someone, it is amazing evidence that there are very bad things happening here.
I'm just gonna say, I feel like a really bad idea to send this rock anywhere.
Well, we certainly shouldn't leave it in a graveyard full of.
I don't think it's very full of anything right now. Just to be completely honest.
So do we just tell them to avoid this place, or?
We can
I don't
need to
know.
move it or disable it.
Let's
Or
not
make
put
sure
it in the
it's-
bag.
It's still not affecting the undead wherever they are right now.
Maybe it's on the timer. Just every like 15, every 2 months and some change.
And while Artyom's talking, he's going to try and continue to excavate this thing and kind of add a.
I mean, who knows how many of these things are scattered about all of this area, right? I mean, this could have just been a side effect, right? This could have just been something that Yidro left here, and that it's a recruitment stone for his army, as far as we know. There could be hundreds of these across the whole area. If we can get one of these out and know how they work, he could have just been like, "Oh, they're there. I'll activate this one early and kill them." Right?
Would Milo know any details about how they work and things they're capable of?
But you've already rolled me an Arcana check. So what do you mean? What are you trying to gather?
Like, what if we leave it here? What could it be? What would the effects be if we take it with us? What could the effects be on us, or surrounding, etc.?
Clearly is not meant to be handled, at least for very long, by hand. it is suffused with necrotic energy so much to the point that it will raise dead that it is around for long enough.
Was Milo able to identify what the rune that was carved on it was? The one big rune that was kind of
Right there in the middle.
smack in the middle.
It is.
I mean, if
Go ahead.
go ahead.
What were you saying?
I was gonna say, is this something I would be able to cast Identify on?
With a 28 Arcana check, you can. It may give you a little bit more insight into the object, but this isn't like identifying something that would be a magical item forged for you to use. This is a crystal that was forged on a alien plane to do this, it seems.
Right, like a graveyard zapper. Yeah, just to get whatever additional information he could, I'll ritually cast Identify.
Okay.
Takes out his little receipt printer looking thing, sticks the nodes on it, gets started.
Okay. Artyom, as you continue to mold earth, sort of clearing out the bottom around this, it looks like the bottom, and the reason Gandalf was having such a difficult time of prying it up and then grabbed it and couldn't bring it up even more, is this thing looks like from the bottom, from the top half, circular, and mostly looks either hand carved or crafted, like arcanely crafted. The bottom of it goes into a point, and after that point goes into, natural is not the right word for it, but growth off the bottom of the crystal into like roots into the ground.
The crystal itself expands into roots?
Yes.
Or, okay.
Excuse the fuck out of me. What?
Kasha, you were saying something?
No, my question was pretty much answered in your description there.
Okay.
How after he's unearthed, like once he sees like the roots that are branching out, has he completely uncovered the roots? Or does it look like they're going somewhere?
About 2 feet down after the 4 feet that the crystal is at, the roots stop going down and start going out.
Right. So, but we haven't completely uncovered the roots.
Not completely, no. You're not
Does it
sure.
seem like does it seem like, depending on the location that this stone is in the graveyard, can we tell if the roots seem to be migrating towards bodies?
That's what it looks like.
Okay.
How big are the roots?
They taper off and get thinner and thinner until they are very thin, like strands of crystal. Eventually, if you go much further than about 2 feet out from this, do you think that these things may be so fragile that the weight of the object itself is just going to crack off and break them?
Shank one with one of the kukri. Just kind of see if it breaks it.
Shatters off into glass, it looks like.
Gandalf, why would you do that? We don't know how this thing, it could have exploded and killed all of us.
I'm a brilliant scientist.
You're going to sandwich or something. What are you doing?
You take another 4 points of necrotic damage.
Ah,
what you get?
Shit. Ow. Okay, fair enough.
If we're gonna be destroying it, we should do it at a distance there,
More
Gandalf.
like removing it.
What good could possibly come from us keeping this thing around? And if we're not gonna keep it, where would we put it? That wouldn't be also bad.
We couldn't do anything with it. But if
I'm
we
just
can-
saying. The yellow ones, big kaboom when they broke all the way.
These are not
Different thing.
These are not dragon shards. This is,
Oh,
as far as
okay.
I understand, this is a focusing crystal from a different plane of existence, right?
Correct.
Okay, sure.
I don't think this is the same thing. From what Milo is saying, it sounds like it's more of like I don't know, maybe something you put here that you can then activate later. You throw them in the graveyard, add water, and 2 months later, instant undead army.
Seems about a simple enough summary.
But if I spoke with Koshik briefly last night about trying to get some messages out, since this could be a multiple country type kind of issue across all of Corvair, that maybe we should talk to some people who can get some things done, and these people will not act. They will be bureaucratic in nature for months and months, and if we don't have evidence of something that's extraordinarily terrible, they won't do a fucking thing. So this is why we need to not destroy it, so someone can say, oh fuck, this is very bad.
Well, right, but if there's no way for us to safely store it without risk to others, and no way for us to safely transport it without risk to ourselves, what is our other option?
We'll leave it here for someone to come look at.
How are the survivors supposed to retake residence in the village?
It sucks. I mean, I don't have all the answers. We're in a shitty situation from every angle.
See, at this point, Crowley and Koshik, you've walked back down from the hill and have made your way to the graveyard now.
Yeah, don't touch that thing, just so you know. As soon as it comes inside, like...
Right. So Crowley and Koshik, Gorm, you've made your way back to this graveyard. That you see this miniature sort of excavation site in the middle of this graveyard. In the middle of it, you see this large black Maybar crystal, instantly recognizable to you, Koshik, as you have a piece hanging around your neck, a small piece. This is massive. You seeing a Maybar crystal in this size, this is very obvious where a source of undead, and very clearly capable of garnering the attack that happened last night. As these guys walk up, Milo, your print off starts, and the readout on identifies it as a Maybar crystal, suffused with necrotic energy. But what you get with that, identify also the rune on top is not, it's not anything to do with actually raising the dead. It is an activation rune.
I don't get just a whole lot of information, but that rune on top is the start button for it.
Does it look like it can be started again?
Real quick, DM. When you said that room was just an activation room, do you mean that it seems like the mechanism on top of the crystal was something to initiate a catalyst, or just a remote control button?
Looks like it is used for someone can make it into a time bomb if they would like to. They set the explosion, and when it happens, explosion.
Okay.
You zap or infuse the rune, and the rune detonates the Maybar crystal.
Someone presses a button somewhere else on the other side of the world, that goes off. Undead army somewhere else.
Right. Would
Power couldn't even be there for it, of course.
Would Milo know if such a rune can be disfigured or removed in such a way to no longer be effective?
Yeah, you could desecrate a rune to where it's no longer effective, for sure.
We can screw up the rune so it can't be used in the same way anymore without being repaired, but I don't know what else to do besides that.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
You guys sit here, contemplate looking at each other, a new problem in a plethora of problems, staring down into this hole, into this crystal from the plane of negative energy. We're gonna go ahead and take our break.
7?
Yep.
What?
Thank you guys for joining us. Thank you guys for playing with me. I have a blast. We're gonna give these guys the second to think on what might happen. Also a quick bio break. In the meantime, go ahead and donate to International Medical Corps, who's helping out on the Ukraine front and helping out with that crisis. Take this time and open up your hearts and your wallets to a great cause. Thank you, Brittany, for putting that in chat. We will be back very soon. Hello, everyone. We return. It is us, Hard Knock Dice. All the same people you were looking at just a few moments ago. We are back from our break. We hope you enjoyed yours. And we continue across Eberron. Right now, we're staring at a hole. Inside of that hole, there is what has been sussed out to be a big Maybar crystal, a crystal from the plane of negative energy and darkness suffused with necrotic energy that is seemingly the source of this undead army. It has been made clear now at this point that there is an activation rune in the top of it. So the timing of our party being here and this undead army rising from the graves of the village of Scairn was not coincidental. So as they sit here and debate and discuss what to do with it. Do they leave it here? Deal with it, let the villagers deal with any potential consequences? Do they take it with them as some sort of proof to other areas, or do they attempt to destroy it? So, Shining Vanguard, it's on you.
How wide is this crystal?
It's about 12, maybe 14 inches across in diameter.
And like 6 feet tall?
No, not 6 feet tall. Gainwin dug down 4 feet before he even met the top of this. And the crystal, like the main part of the crystal, like this UFO type shaped, this Beyblade shaped type crystal, is only maybe like I said, 14 inches in diameter or so, and 6 to 8 inches tall. Growing off the bottom of it are those that sort of like gem rocky type crystals that you see growing out like unnatural roots, which you have sussed out that have been growing towards the grave sites.
See, you said after the 4 feet and then digging another 2 feet down, I was like, holy shit, he found this giant pillar of Maybar. Like, I thought there was like a human-sized Maybar crystal down here. I'm like, guy, this is fucking bad.
I mean, it's still pretty bad. This isn't
It's
not
still
bad.
very bad. But this isn't like a person could never carry this themselves type kind of hard thing to deal with.
No, and that's probably what's more terrifying about it is someone could throw this thing in a backpack and just walk it into a city.
Right.
That is definitely smaller than I thought you were discussing. I was thinking something like the size of a dining room table over here.
Holy Jesus.
Or a dining room table, like a coffee table, like a square coffee table in width, and then like 2 or 3 feet wide.
That's still very big.
Yeah.
So this is roughly the proportions of a beefy throw pillow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Excluding the roots that have grown from it since.
Right, of course.
That is much better than I thought.
That pile of lumber that we were working with the day before.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be possible for me to shape wood, maybe a very thick type kind of case that we could mold around this thing?
Well, that pile of lumber specifically was already dragged onto the ship.
Okay, there's nothing left
on the boat.
You could find some places. I mean, it's not hard. You guys are 11th level adventurers, right? You can chop down a tree and make what you're looking for.
Yeah. I was about to say, are we right next to a forest?
Yes, you're surrounded by trees. Correct.
already chopped down trees would be more convenient. That's all I was getting at.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'll just say with, magical weapons abound, and also like force blades and everything else that at your guys' disposal, you can easily get what you would like of just regular wood. Sure.
Right.
Are we acquiring a bunch of wood for our team to try to make a wooden crane? Is that what you're trying to do for us to lift it out?
Something that might be a safe means of transporting this thing if we needed to get it to people that could say, hey, this is a real threat.
Like a crate.
A crate, yeah.
Yeah, like in a crate.
With handles. You can shape wood. Just give that bitch handles right from the get.
To save you guys some time and effort, you guys are plenty perceptive enough that the docks probably have something for you that could fit this item. That is made of wood.
We'll just disassemble the docks and use the planks from the docks.
All right,
We've already done enough damage to this place.
Your 8 intelligence is showing. I was talking about boxes that are already built.
Yeah. If that's the case, Milo can retrieve supplies
easily enough. You grab a crate full of fish that was just kind of left there in the panic. Dump out the old, surely expired. Oh, it's frozen outside, but you just kind of dump it off to the side. But it's like a wooden crate, easily enough.
The fishy Maybar crystal. What a fucking
nice.
No dead things anywhere near the Maybar crystal. We don't need zombie fish on our.
They're just all flopping in there, still alive. Little eyeballs are just kind of white over. Okay. Anyway.
That sounds like a sci-fi original movie right there.
It does.
Oh yeah.
So we got our fish box.
Mm-hmm.
And so how do we get them out of the hole?
Well, I mean, you've already been touching it a lot, so you go right ahead and just pluck it down out of there. No, I'm kidding. We can figure out the way.
I can handle it. I'm there.
Right, the Koshik has don't you have a thing that you can move with? Yeah.
Make you.
I'm levitating.
That's right.
Okay. Cast and levitate on it?
Yeah.
Okay. Cast levitate on the crystal itself. Starts to lift off, and then cracking off on the bottom. These roots start just cracking off into gems and start laying into the bottom of this hole. But you levitate it out. It's floating there in front of you.
Under the box. Put the box under
I'm gonna levitate. Yeah, levitate it. Put the box under it and levitate it right down into the box.
Okay. Set it down into the box.
While they're doing that, Milo wants to inspect the leftover roots. So they seem to be like Maybar crystals in and of themselves, or are they like some kind of residue or like offshoot material?
It definitely looks like some sort of offshoot from this main crystal. They were very clearly glowing, or not glowing, growing, as Koshik sort of lifts it up into the air and you get a little bit closer inspection at the bottom of this. They were very clearly growing from the bottom of this crystal.
Right. So they're not Maybar crystals of their own.
Made of the same material, not of the same design.
Don't seem to have the juice.
Whenever we find the rest of these other undead, we should search for maybe like a point of impact. Well, first, I mean, I don't even know if they made it through. I would like to dig into a recently self-excavated grave and see if a crystal reaches like all the way to their gravesite, or if it pierced through a coffin, or if these people maybe didn't have coffins that they were buried in, or whatever the sort may be. Since obviously that soil will probably be a little bit looser, digging in there and seeing if there's evidence of one of those crystals directly going to a corpse.
Sure. Give me a quick investigation check. This will take some time.
Oh, yeah. 16 plus 3, 19 total.
19. Enough of you are around now to assist with the digging to make sure this process does it, because you guys now are probably at about 3 hours after all this. You digging up the grave, you do find a coffin down in there. The top of it is smashed through. It looks like it was broken and splintered from the inside out with a 19 investigation. As you sort of look through it with a 19, not a lot of dirt. You sort of pull off the top of it, excavating the dirt off the top of it and sweeping off to the sides. And you see, like, in the middle of the coffin, sort of on the underside, piece of black root sort of growing into the coffin itself.
Okay. Gotcha. All right.
Very clearly made it from this crystal to two bodies.
The break off point itself, does it seem like it was just kind of like snapped off whenever the person woke up, or does it seem like
there doesn't seem to be
the person? Oh, okay.
There doesn't seem to be a snap off point for these. It's just like it grew up into the coffin and sort of started growing along the wood.
Okay. So I was just trying to see what the type of point of contact was, like if it pierced the thing itself, or just kind of like, like radiated towards it and just gave it vibes, or what that kind of process played out as.
Giving it a quick vibe check, yeah, it seems like there's nothing broken off, like nothing grew into a body because there's nothing shattered. It looks like it grew up and into the coffin, spreading out like roots more. So it seems like these bodies were laying on a bed of Maybar crystal for a while and just suffusing the body.
That's fun.
Does it go through the entire coffin, or just kind of go roughly to like the torso area?
It seems like it's had enough time to go through most of the coffin.
Okay. Does this hurt if I touch it?
You go to touch it. It's very cold, but it does not hurt you.
All right.
Cut off from his power supply.
I will try to carefully maybe extract a section of this coffin or something like that, so that it can be examined by people in some sort of bureaucratic area of the world.
Sure.
Maybe get a check for that or anything, or just
no, easy enough.
Wrap it up in some of the swaddling, some of the padding from the coffin.
Okay.
And put it in the box with the major crystal.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Now we just need to gamble, and maybe like any people in Karnath, like any generals or high up folks that would, if they saw something like this, would be able to tell the right people about it.
Jones, I imagine I definitely don't. I may know of them. I wouldn't know any of these guys.
Well, I mean,
there's one.
I doubt.
You know one.
Aside from, no, Yidril.
No.
Or I don't know. What do you mean? I'm trying to think. That I know personally?
You're very close with his wife at one point.
Oh yeah. I don't think it really counts. I think that'd probably be pretty work against me, if nothing else.
That is one their last place of residence, that unless they've moved, but
none very well.
Well, if we're going to get this to someone who can make a difference or let people know about it, I don't know anyone in Karnath except for Alexander, and I really don't remember exactly where he lives.
I might have some people that may know.
Well,
Probably
yeah.
better,
Definitely get this. Yeah, Crowley, you'll get all kinds of contacts. You take care of this. Just give it to people and say, Karnath's going to start the war again. Or
You want
this
me to
guy.
say that exactly?
Oh,
No. They, you know what I mean. People in Karnath are going to cause a big ruckus.
Anybody
we
who can
can-
get the attention of Caius is probably a good idea. He's pretty invested in making sure he doesn't lose his throne.
let me do something really quickly. Crowley, you know House Philaran agents in Karnath. Kaushik, you lived near Yidril in close proximity in the Karnathi army. Gandalin, you did as well. If I can get history checks from all of you. sort of gauge. And I will say all of you have some sort of contact, not very high up, but you all have contact in Reckonmark with Kreese and Jonathan, with the exception of Kaushik. But you with Karnathi Guard in Reckonmark.
I have good news and bad news. It's a nat 20. I have no idea what my history is, so give me a second.
I still think that's good news, no matter what.
It's a 24 that I'm sure can be surpassed by somebody.
I have good news and bad news. My good news is that I rolled a 16. My bad news is that my history is a 0, so it's just 16.
16. Okay.
Let's keep going with this energy.
At a big 4, so
Got
But the
bad
good
news
news
and
is
bad
you had
news.
like a plus 20 to your
no.
history. So you were the one we needed all along.
The good
my
news.
brother.
that was a 5
My
on the
brother
dice,
in 4s.
So. Yeah, brother in 4.
The good news, Gandalin, is that you do know somebody. The bad news is this person is not friendly towards you at all. Okay.
Maybe he forgot.
It came right back around.
With my 16, Kaushik, this was a time in your life of turmoil and pain. This was a time in your life where you were being pressed to be as good as you could possibly be to do what you do, and that was, combat medic, keeping people alive in war, and all of this on top of Yidril after the fact. Kaushik didn't have time for rest. There wasn't time for processing. Kaushik was brought back into a home where she was continued to be pressed and just traumatized after the fact. You needed to be better. So, with that, names and faces at that time period are just kind of blurs. There's not a whole lot that you can bring of, like, I'm sure you had, passing by friends in this time, people that you found solace in, but none that you knew to hold high ranks. At least that was Yidril's purview. He dealt with those conversations and those people. Crowley, yeah, you got a House Philaran contact that you can speak to, and that you're pretty sure has a direct route to some sort of, if not royalty in Karnath, if not the monarch Caius himself, then someone in his court maybe definitely could get information to them at the very least. Now, how they would react to you sending them a giant box of death, that could not be good.
I don't think I would send that immediately. I'd send a forward by Crowley.
Very much so.
And then the rest of the text.
Right.
Which brings Crowley to his next point. My letters have not been getting to we're moving a lot more quickly than any mail I'm sending. We'd have to find a more direct route if I'm to get in contact with this person. Shoot. Would I know of any like direct mailing routes, like just to Karnath from here, or the nearest one? Like, I know the fastest way possible.
The fastest way to get a message to someone is through either House Orient or House Civis, for them to send a message to someone for you, or a direct
message spell of sort.
Correct.
Which I don't have.
You don't have, but you do have Minor Illusion, or at the very least you have alter self, or not alter self, disguise self, where you can make yourself look like somebody and perhaps someone in your party. With a natural 20, I say you know what this person looks like. You have met them before because you made your way through Karnath on the trails of kidnappers.
I'll make that note of that real quick.
Okay. So, what are the rest of you doing while Crowley contemplates this?
And if those contacts don't work, then the only person I can think of giving it to maybe just popping over to the Druid Sanctuary and Sean real quick and letting them deal with it. Or at least trying to get the information to someone, but From what I understand, I get the kind of idea that a lot of people don't listen to druids because druids are always complaining about people messing up the land and they just ignore them.
It's exactly why I'd like to get this to someone further up, get them to understand the seriousness of the situation. If needs be, we can send it to the druids, but let's try to wake some more people to the truth.
Right, I agree. That is, plan F.
Whatever we do, we need to do it quickly. We only have a few more hours.
How could
Probably.
it just occurs to me, how would we get, like, even if we decided to do, how would we get this to them?
I would take it to them.
We can either mail it or I'd have a contact pick it up. The mail would be most direct and safe.
You can only do that once a day. How would you be back? We have to be back on this boat before the day is up.
Right, I'd have to meet back up with you somewhere else. I'd get scry on you. You just make sure you sleep next to a really big tree. I'll meet back up with you another time.
DM, quick question.
On that note, one second, I'll get right to you. On that note, I need someone to roll me. Everybody can roll me a history check real quick.
Yeah.
Kaushik, with advantage, please.
7.
13, bro.
16.
27.
Also,
2 plus 4.
18.
We're killing it.
I heard a 27 from Milo, I think. Kaushik, what'd you roll?
16.
16. All right. Most of your time spent indoors, so nothing really comes to mind. With a 27 of what you've read of this area, and especially if what Dario said, for this to be a manifestation zone of Maybar, natural life on Farlnan is next to non-existent. It is a rocky crag of an island.
I don't know if that's going to be possible, Artyom. There's going to be a dearth of trees.
Yeah, what the trees?
Not many, if any at all.
Oh. All right. Okay. That sucks. Are there any other islands that you might be able to make a pit stop at in the next day or two? I mean, it's not an immediate journey. We're not going directly there, as far as I understand, right?
We may have to decide to either keep it with us or leave it, or destroy it, one of the three. I don't know if we're going to have the opportunity for a pit stop or to hand it off to someone. Maybe we could dead drop it and tell them where to find it.
You said this was a switch, so there's no magic involved. It's just an activation. Like, it is a fire. You send that switch off and it happens. Which means that if we go up against Yidro, he could just activate all of those and a final fuck you, even if we are about to kill him. This isn't something we can just put on the back burner. A lot of people will die.
And a lot of people will die if we deviate or get left behind by these pirates that are our only real option to get to him.
Okay.
I will say, and maybe this will save part of the conversation, that this crate is quite large. It would not count as part of your equipment. And this, I assume you're talking about Windwalk, or you're talking about Tree Stride?
Talking about, yeah, Tree Stride, going through a tree and pulling it with you through it.
Taking it where?
Depending on where we're going. Probably the closest place that I would know of would be maybe some tree that we had at the very beginning of the campaign, which wouldn't be immediately there. So it would be a multiple days journey for me to get somewhere across Karnath. You
could take it. You slept in a wood outside of Reckonmark when you guys were first there. That's how you killed the bear, and you brought it to the tavern there for y'all to eat breakfast that next morning. So you can know of a tree right outside of Reckonmark. Other than that, that's where you could get it to.
That's not close, I don't think. That's where's the capital? Where's
Reckonmark's? It's not super far away, but it ain't close either.
Yeah, I'm like, there's a tour.
We're trying to go to Korth. Capital.
Yes. Is it Korth or is it Karl? I can't remember.
Korth is the capital of Karnath.
Okay, I'm mixing, I think, different fantasy settings. Okay, I mean, yeah, it's not that far.
On the opposite side of the Reckonwood.
Yeah, it's right there. So I mean, you can shapeshift for a solid amount of time. At this point,
I don't think that's the best idea. I hope that the plan would be a best case scenario. Crowley let someone know that this is going to be in a place in the Reckenmark and they need to get it to court as quickly as possible. And the next day, I come back to a place that maybe you have sailed to a place. Kaushik can let me know when you've landed somewhere, can message me. And as soon as you are, I will scry on one of you next to a tree, be able to visualize this tree, and then come through it the day after. Or a day or two after, depending on how far you have to travel. But this needs to get to people's hands immediately.
transport via planes is what we're talking about. Just to
transport.
clarify, we get these spells mixed up very, very frequently.
That's my fault. I call it tree stride because you're fucking striding through a tree. But yes,
Makes sense.
transport via
That's
plants.
fair.
I was
Yeah,
very
you'd
confused.
figure
I was like, what's going on?
if something was called transport via plants, you could be like, yo, let me dive in this fern real quick. I'm going to hop out.
Right.
It's going to be a 5-foot wide tree, at least.
Big tree.
I will say, Crowley, your contact in Reckenmark, you guys met with him. You met with him to discuss the ring where you guys found about the warehouse in Reckenmark. Also,
He went on vacation.
Gorham, correct. Gorham paid him some money. You have not heard from that contact.
He's fucking dead.
If he's dead, he'll be replaced.
That's what that means. Has to be. He's fucking dead. So, all right. I mean,
I have a question.
I don't like this idea, but
Could we not take it to Flame Keep? Would the Keeper of the Flame not know some? I mean, she's versed in magic. Couldn't she do something with it?
She is also politically influential, at least to a local degree.
And on friendly terms with us last we spoke.
I don't think she's probably on friendly terms with Coronet, though. That's the issue. Is that if the leader of your most hated country tells you, hey, this thing's going to happen, it's probably going to cause a lot of political chaos.
I just meant as far as getting this out of. You can go straight to Flame Keep instead of some backwater.
Yeah, safely held somewhere, at least.
It is a concern for it being safe, but I mean, maybe I'm just being paranoid here, but what are the chances that you all think that this is the only one of these that's out on the ground right now?
there's no fucking way.
Right. Safety is really the lowest priority. Getting this information to the person that needs to have this information that can send people out to actually enforce looking for these stones or beacons or whatever we want to call them.
I have a question. Have we had any knowledge of Yidril being in other countries aside from Karnath and now here?
Aurora holds.
And the holds. So we know he's been in the holds. At the very least, he can get there very freely. We know he's been in Karnath, and we know he's been around this area up in up all around.
The blood
All around.
sales.
Oh, yeah, all around the Lazar Sea, the Lazar principalities and everything.
Mhm.
What about the blood
And we
sales?
know he has his fucking spies out there that
Yeah,
we're looking
exactly.
for Toshi.
Yep. And that was all the way down at Passage. And these
Correct.
these runes look like they were just on there. So any fucking jackass could have it in a backpack, dig a hole, and drop it in, and then cover it back up.
Possibly.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, out of character, I know that basically what we're saying is that I want you to take this disarm nuclear weapon and say, hey, you need to find more of these into a foreign country.
Yeah.
It's like,
Well-
it's a desperate situation to be
Well,
sure.
here's the thing, right? Like Karnath is a ton of necromancers, obviously, right? They'll be able to. They could figure out what this is. Like Jones, DM, would I be able to like extrapolate that? Some of the, especially some of the more powerful necromancers that work for Caius and the government, would probably look at this and go, "Oh shit, I know what that does." Probably.
Right,
They're
yeah,
still
they would definitely be well versed in necromantic magics. Now, whether that's stemming from Maybar or somewhere else, there's all sorts of pools of necromancy, right? Like whether they know exactly what this does, maybe not, but they could fairly quickly extrapolate, especially with your messages, that this could do that.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the thing: they could probably figure out what this is pretty quick. They'd be able to confirm. I doubt they'll just take us at their word.
Right. That's why I wanted to preserve this thing, because no one's going to believe us. No one's.
Caius is paranoid.
I
He
could
thinks it's a trick.
probably count the numbers of times people believe what we said, maybe on one hand.
Or cared.
True. Believed or cared. Yeah, there you go. But I feel like, if the Karnathi government realizes that their whole country is about to try to get taken over, it's probably something they'll pay attention to. Or, worst case scenario, we send it to that place. Yidro has a bunch of people in the Karnathi governmental establishment, and they kill the guy who's bringing it there, and they have another one of these things to use in another place, and whether it's square one anyway, but we still need to try. So,
Well, we can certainly deactivate this one by damaging the activation rune. So, one down at a minimum.
nah. It seems fairly obvious, DM, that the activation room is like a very minor part of the mechanism as a whole, right?
What do you mean?
Like that this crystal itself is like the vast majority of this, I don't want to say device, but whatever this magic implement is, and that rune's basically, someone putting like the on switch onto it.
Correct, but the
a-
on
a
switch is
cell
very
phone-
important.
Right, like
Okay.
like the cell phone attached to an IED.
Right.
Yeah, like I'm saying, like, we can take the transmitter off the IED at least.
Are we sure it can even be reactivated, or is now that it's on, is it just on?
Well, that's
I
a chance that
don't
I'm willing
know.
to take.
But
mean-
I would like to make sure it can't be used again, just in case.
I would say don't set it next to any dead people.
Yeah, also that.
Looks back towards the town.
Well, with again, you rolled a very, very high Arcana check with this crystal. It's sort of looking at this. It seems like the activation switch is simply activating the undead, as in it is go time. This thing suffuses energy. It is still doing so. It suffuses necrotic energy into everything nearby.
Okay, so if this gets put near more undead, it can be activated again. Hence why I want to make that not a fucking thing. But also, let's not put it more dead things in the first place. Just cover our bases.
Do you think that now, I mean, I'm not a very good arcane guy when it comes to that kind of magic and stuff. Would it be possible for maybe if someone very magically inclined took a really long time to look at this and the activation run wasn't messed up, if there is a way they can maybe reverse trace where that activation signal came from? I mean, I feel confident we are going to know exactly where it came from, but as far as them proving it to someone else who's not going to believe our word.
DM, is that something they'd be able to do? Like, oh, Jesus.
The crystal explodes.
Oh, whoa!
Undead cat.
Oh, gosh.
I forgot to tell y'all about the pet cemetery.
No.
Oh, that'd be
Oh, God.
terrible.
But,
Roll
That was you.
initiative real quick. No.
Oh,
Um, I will say it kind of depends, Milo. It depends on who they have looking at it. If it gets to someone that is well versed, maybe.
With sufficient capability, it is a distinct possibility, but it would require some specialty.
I'm just kind of looking between Milo and Gandalf, like, you're going to know better than I. It's something that's going to happen. It's your call. I'm just throwing the options out there.
I just know that I can say that Caius will act in his own self-interest.
I just mean specifically about if you feel like you know that there are very, very powerful necromancers there in Karnath. If you think that this will get to someone who might be able to reverse track it. If not, we should deactivate it early.
I have no idea.
Go ahead,
I don't know. I'm sure there's somebody, but I don't know if it'll get to that person or if they even will. I don't know. I'm also not a fucking wizard.
I could potentially get it to someone high up in the Karnathi monarchy.
Yeah, right. Well, let's do it. For 100%.
But my contact will let me know if that is the right decision first, or at least give me a know of what's going on. It just depends on how patient we are.
Okay.
At best, I can send multiple letters out. We'll see. Hedge our bets if need be.
Well, the captain of the ship, there seems to be something potentially wrong with his sister contact, which I assume is not on another boat someplace. Maybe not.
Sounds like she's probably in Farlden, would be my guess.
Oh, in Farlden? Oh.
That'd be my guess. Or somewhere near to it.
Right, I thought she was at their
base
of operations, or however these people do that.
Okay, I misheard. That is on the same.
That's an assumption. I wasn't given any information.
I don't think we've been I don't think there's been any confirmation. But he seemed to be in a real hurry for us to get to Farlden after he couldn't contact his sister. Figure that's probably where she is, or is supposed to be.
Right.
Has Kaushik ever been to Farlden? Hey, Kaushik, have you ever been to Farlden?
Yeah, man, I don't think I've been to Farlden.
The DM did say you were inside most of the time.
Yeah, I don't think I've been there. No, I don't think so.
The truth is, Kaushik, I'm just going to go off your history check from earlier. The years following Idril's banishment from Karnath, his treatment towards you was worse. A lot of mind manipulation, a lot of pushing you past boundaries, a lot of years of pain. You don't fucking know where he took you. He moved you across boats, islands, strongholds, everywhere.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Let's consult the map.
Also, what's our time looking like on that 8 hours we had?
You're about halfway through at this point, through this conversation. You're about 4 hours.
Okay, that's time. I was making sure it was like, y'all have like 45 minutes.
No. You spend about 4 hours clearing all of the houses, digging this thing out, speaking on it, making sure you've tracked footprints and what have you. I will say also that you guys know that this is a fishing village. They have vessels of themselves as well. And it is in their interest to also save their village. They could potentially move this for you.
Which leads me back to my question.
Yeah.
Forever ago. Is my contact still in this village alive? I need to check on them because I could potentially get them.
That is a good question.
Good question.
If I can just send them through the portal, that would make things a lot easier.
Incredibly easier.
You'll need to confirm. You haven't.
I give the DM inspiration advantage on his roll.
You have not. Get out of here.
Do you want him to have advantage? What if he wants him?
No, this is high roll.
Well, that makes it worse.
That's how it is. Well, I like making things worse.
Damn it.
Crawley, you'll have to check back on the vessels, but you do know that of the bodies that you've counted, you have not found his form. You have not seen him dead.
It's a good sign.
Unless he's a traitor.
Traitor. We'll have words then.
Does Crowley have sending?
No.
Okay.
Rip.
All right.
I mean, if
well,
we're willing to wait, I mean, I don't. We could contact Crowley's person
You know what?
and then have them tell them to expect a boat with a box.
I'm tired of this nonsense. I'm taking it next level up. I'm taking sending. I'm tired of the letters. I'm going to word strong messages to everyone. No more of this nonsense. DM. Does my letter reach yet? Does my letter reach?
That's a long boat ride to get to Reckonmark, or to get to.
all right.
No, of course, isn't quite on the
If the
river.
contact is there, the game plan is we get back to the boat. You guys keep on doing what you're doing. I'll take the contact. We'll bring him over to one of these trees over here. I will send them to the Reckonmark. Then from there, they take the box with them and they make sure it gets to where it needs to go. And I fly back to the ship before you guys get too far away. That's the only
Could
plan.
that just all be done today?
Hopefully.
Right, exactly. That's the plan, is to do it all today.
And I'll have
Okay.
to construct a letter of introduction for the contact, the Carnathi contact, but easy at that point.
Yeah, right. We can write up all kinds of letters in the next few minutes. Right now, we still have about 4 hours to find the 20 undead and slaughter them. Or put them to rest, excuse me.
Let's
Let's do that.
get started on it then.
Chop chop.
Okay, so you said tracks coming from the north or something like that?
The larger ones initiated from the north, but they went around to the south and began extinguishing lights as they moved about
Okay.
before coming to where they ambushed Gorham.
But we found no undead in any of the buildings in the village.
So they...
wait.
Oh, sorry.
As far as undead, you have found undead that you all have killed and the pirates that
Right.
you have killed, but no, you haven't found any other undead where you yourselves or the pirates did not kill them.
Which, as a reminder, numbers about to 20.
Correct.
Supposedly. We're looking for a large horde just wandering around, smacking trees.
So we're missing about half.
Correct.
Indeed.
This is a way back time ago. I sent 2 bats off into the woods to see if they found anything that was favorably related to that. I rolled a perception check, even though you didn't ask me for one. It was a 12. I imagine they didn't.
With the 12, how far are you sending them out? Just
Probably still within line of sight of the village itself.
line of
not
sight of
super
the
far.
village with a 12, you don't see much. Still a foggy morning here.
Oh, well, yeah, probably maybe 500 feet out then. I was thinking of visual line of sight.
I'll say Gandalin can tell you that his ability is, this was on the edge range of it, where he just got the sense of that, because he's the epicenter of it. He got first the undead presence, and then after a bit it was just on the edge, so somewhere from a mile to more out.
I have no idea any of his spell or ability ranges whatsoever.
I thought he
I don't
communicated that.
I asked, that's
Oh,
what I did.
okay.
It said somewhere within a mile at least.
Okay.
Into the woods, somewhere in that somewhere.
In that case, I will send them to scatter through the woods on no more than a mile away.
Okay. Send him a mile out with a 12. I'll say you see just a little bit of smoke trailing up through the fog, maybe like someone's got a fire going in the woods. Not like uncontrolled, like controlled fire going on in the woods.
Oh, okay. So I know that then.
Yeah, you absolutely. They'll come back and communicate that to you.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that works.
What are your instructions for them? They just go out a mile into the wood and see if they see something.
Yeah.
They tell
Come
you
back.
they tell you they see something in the affirmative.
Direction.
Yes.
Wait for the squeak. Hey, over there. Okay.
It's points a wing.
I don't think that I don't think bats can stand up, so that's just going to be they're like leaning over and they just flop out one wing.
Like, that way. Falls on his face.
Okay, so there was something out in the woods. One of the bats said that they over in that direction. No idea what it was. They said you said there are fairies out there or fae, so
Seemed like it. Yep.
we know there's at least something over in that direction. But let's do a quick perimeter of the city to see if there's not an easy trail of 20 undead marching in a direction.
Okay, give me survival checks. Anybody's tracking.
I got high point.
Or actually,
I will.
go ahead.
I was gonna say I'll give a flash of genius to whoever the best tracker in our group is.
Is that with advantage if I'm
think
doing it
that's
on the
okay.
outside of the city?
You're in natural terrain. You're in the natural world. So
I rolled an 11 and a natural 20.
with a natural 20, you find two things. The first, what are you following? What are you doing first? First and foremost, the 20 feet or the larger feet?
I'm looking for the horde of 20 undead.
Okay. With a natural 20, you don't see any large amounts of footsteps leaving the village.
Okay.
You find all of the footsteps and blood leading towards the docks where you saw the silhouetted figures looking out towards the docks. And then you also find on those docks frozen seawater has been splashed on the edges here. You think they jumped in the ocean?
It looks like these zombies blipped into the sea. I cannot track underwater very well.
That's bad.
I can check.
It's probably a very bad idea.
I don't think your kestrel would do well with seawater. I don't know. I mean, you built it, not me. That just seems like flying things usually don't do good underwater. In my
Problem is,
I'm a good swimmer. I'll go.
I do not have a Cloak of the Manta Ray right now. Well, no, I have it. No, I have it as one of my infusions, but I don't have it as a prepared infusion. I couldn't bring it up until the next long rest. So.
Does that give you resistance to cold damage?
No, but my armor allows me to for a very short number of rounds. So if I was gonna like dip and check, I could pop back up.
Can we see the boats from here?
Several hundred feet out, not really.
Okay. It's like
Does my channel divinity, would that work for underwater?
You doing Eyes of the Grave?
Yeah.
It would work.
Would I be able to? Okay.
Use that ability for within 60 feet of you?
Yeah. Well, I can give it a shot.
Yeah, absolutely.
I totally forgot you had that ability. That would have been.
Yeah, I brought. No.
Like, where are all the undead?
Yeah, I brought it up earlier, but nobody said anything, so I didn't think anybody would want me to use it. Because I said I've got 5 rounds of 60 feet I can do, and everybody just ignored me. So I was like, all right, guess not.
I did not hear it.
Tell me, what does Eyes of the Grave look like for Koshik? I think it's called Eyes of the Grave. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
that's
Eyes
what
of
it's
the Grave. What does it look like?
Yeah, what does it look like?
Oh God, no, I don't think I've ever used this before.
You haven't. That's why I want to know.
Well, to say for Koshik herself, her eyes go completely white. And then any undead that she pings, she can see in her vision is just blood red.
Okay. So
maybe a little bit sparkly, maybe.
the
undead are sparkly or your eyes are sparkly?
The undead are sparkly.
Oh, all right. So your eyes go an undead type of white as you look around in this water. in the area near you. You don't see anything within 60 feet.
Well, okay. I can't see far. I don't see anything nearby, though. I say
Alright.
to the squadron.
Let's wait.
Yup.
I doubt they'll decompose too quickly with the water being as cold as it is. So they could just stay down there and come back a week or two later if they really wanted to.
Or they're gonna try to follow the boat.
Or they'll try to follow the boat. I imagine the boat will go faster than whatever speed they can go.
I am going to take one of my little message coins, the one that's usually set up to wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up,
Mhm.
and have it set to when tapped, it will say, be cautious, the zombies are in the water.
I can send this to the captain of the boat with the drone, so at least they'll be on the lookout while we do our thing here, just in
Alright.
case.
Alright, sure.
And I will have the drone instructed to take that message coin, go up to the captain, and tap it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice.
It will not reach the captain. Captain is asleep during the day. Will reach the first
Wake his
mate,
ass up.
First mate.
though. Easy enough.
Someone
Blast
in
open the coffin that he's sleeping in and drop the coin on his face.
No.
Howdy, bitch.
You guys leave from the edge of the docks that is sent over towards it and tapped and sent. Your drone makes its way back over easily enough. They are on at least alerted. Your drone comes back with confirmation after you guys are walking away from the docks and closer to the cliffs now that it was handed off.
Have I seen any walruses in my time in this area? Any big old Chad Horkers out here?
Chad Walker.
workers.
Walruses. With as little time as you spent in the north,
I mean, that's
Let
a
me
lot
give
of
you a-
distance we've traveled in the air.
Penguins?
in the air.
Did we
As
travel-
the air.
As the air.
Over land.
As the wind flies.
I'm gonna give you a 10% chance.
Shit. Okay, fair enough.
Let's go.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Let's go, baby. 100.
Oh, well, let me show you what I rolled real quick. That's a 99.
Hey.
Nice.
It's like too bad you needed a 1 to 9, so's.
Wow, that's hilarious. Yeah. You saw one on the way. Just a couple of walruses sunbathing.
Dire walrus with a 99.
Yeah,
Ultra walrus.
I'll summon up, say, some face spirits and some of those things over there.
Metal walrus.
I'll burn another 3rd level to see if I can get some walruses. I don't know how they work. To just go out in the water and see if there's any undead there, and if they come back to tell me.
Okay, what's the speed on a walrus?
I don't know. Apparently,
Do they
it
have a
is-
stat block?
They do,
Oh, shit.
but it's Icewind Dale.
We can't look at it. We can't look at the walrus stat block. Don't mind me. I'm just.
We're gonna put it to a 40-foot swim speed. All right, that's so we don't own the content.
30 foot, according to this other thing.
All right, well, 40-foot swim speed it is.
Okay.
With you found the fast walrus of northern Corvair. This is the more hydrodynamic walrus.
They gotta go faster because it's cold.
Exactly. So
What?
40-foot swim speed. They head out. They're going to come back to the docks and let you know if they've seen anything with a couple of arf-arfs or whatever sounds walrus make.
They yell.
All right. So they head out. Are you going to sit here and wait on the docks?
I'm not going in that water.
Why not?
How far out do they go? Until they see something?
Yeah, until they'll go to the boat. And
To the boat. So you're sending them from the
I'll
docks to
say
the boat?
to the docks, to the boat, and another 50 feet to the other side of it, having the 8 of them just spread out and kind of like just fan out from the docks.
Okay, give me 3 perception checks.
That's 2 10s and the 17. Their bonuses 2 10s and a 17.
2 10s and a 17. All right. 40-foot swim speed, couple of minutes go by, they come back, no noise.
They didn't see anything, so
They just kept going.
they don't know where it.
The zombies, they just left. They just kept on going.
They didn't see
Maybe
anything.
they got eaten by something and were really lucky.
I'll get one of them to go down into the water and like, dude, okay, let me know if you see footprints down in the water there, and if they're going in the direction, come back up and flop in the direction.
Survival checks at disadvantage.
All right.
And ocean.
For their survival checks at disadvantage,
Their survival checks at disadvantage.
it doesn't matter. That's a 1.
Oh.
They have pretty good swimming undead probably if there's no footprints down there.
Would there be footprints underwater?
I would imagine zombies have. I don't know. I mean, these are very fast zombies, so they might be able to swim. They're not just.
But, I mean, like, would the water like wash away the footprints?
there'll still be some sign of it. I mean, yeah.
Okay. They will take your word for it.
I mean, I don't know. Does seawater work different than swamp water?
It's moving. Okay.
Wait, did the
It's
walruses
pretty.
die?
The water's pretty deep. I don't know.
Anyway.
It,
So,
they didn't see anything regardless, so yeah, no.
okay. Alright, then I guess. Are we done here?
The area under the dock, what is it? Is it just kind of like slope off, or do they have kind of like a sharp fall off, like a sharp embankment from the dock that goes down into the water so that boats can get up?
Yeah, they have a seawall built here.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got a seawall. If they come in, they'll have to go in for either side of the dock, or they'll have to get on land and come back around. And if they're, I would hope maybe if they're swimming undead and they come back ashore, that they might be pretty frozen up, maybe. I'm just hoping these undead don't come back and finish the job, so to speak.
I mean, we can only hope. There's nothing we can do to guarantee it. They will have to be. Well, we'll have to let the people know they're going to have to be cautious and vigilant. It's the best we can do for them right now.
Milo, do you have maybe anything that you can make for people to have a better lighting system at night? Or they have these torch things that they just snuffed out? Or maybe like some the alchemist fighter stuff, if you can teach someone how to make that stuff to maybe fight against them if they return.
They can't fight these things.
I could try, but I don't think I could provide them with anything that's going to give them a significant enough advantage. Not without me personally being here.
Any other ideas to help these people not die if they come back? Maybe something to make their boat go faster, or a warning signal so that they know to get to a boat because the other back.
Milo frantically checks his character sheet.
I was just give me a quick intelligence check.
Me?
Yeah, you since you and Milo are sort of sitting here talking about it. Everybody else.
I'm on a fucking roll tonight. 19 plus 3. Let's go.
18.
18. Thinking back on the night, the Bone Claws trying to drag RTM away, the conversations that have been had, this was a targeted attack. You think the town was collateral ultimately, but you were the target.
But I mean, we can only hope they don't come back, since they seem to be plucked up out of the ground because of this in the first place. So,
Right.
I can say they should probably, stay in groups, keep a watch, and have. I mean, we can't provide them with a warning system, but it shouldn't be difficult for them to devise something as long as they know they should have one.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Where are you guys going from here?
Let's go back to the boat and see if Crowley's contact's in there, and if he has a
They gotta
contact.
don't they gotta bring the boats here to drop off all these people?
Yeah.
They can't do a
So-
transfer out at the sea from
Just put
Blood
everybody
Souls
onto the smaller boat.
on Oscar's boat. Yeah. For Conjure Woodland Beings or whatever the case is, I know you've casted to get bats to get you over here. Does that disappear when you cast it the second time for Walrus?
Oh, those bats had long been gone when we were doing all the stuff in the graveyard.
Okay, so you're gonna have to cast another one to get you back onto the boat.
Unless we want to just wait here for the people from the boat to get here, and then we can talk to Crowley's contact here.
Yeah, as long as someone lets them know to come back into shore, that's easy enough.
I fucking mosey my ass on over there on our ice bridge, I guess. Make an ice bridge this time.
Okay, you make an ice bridge over there. Yeah, from the docks, a little bit slippery, but you're all right. Go ahead.
I have walk on water that I could have prepared today, but I forgot. So good stuff.
You get several people on the railing of the boat looking over at the man who is just freezing water, walking out to the boat. A couple of people pointing and stuff like that, and eventually you see Jules, the first mate of this ship, walk out and look down, a curious glance. So?
Yeah, bring it in. I'll get 15 feet from the boat before connecting the bridge. The undead went out into the water. I have no clue where they've gone.
Your friend's thing told me.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
There's none left in the city.
Yeah. Very well. Do your friends just want to come? We can offload the passengers here, or do we both need to make our way back in?
Hey, just pick up the small boat with the villagers, and we can get them back to shore there. We have to take care of something real quick, and then we should be fine.
Very well. Oscar and him start coordinating, put a gangplank across ships, have someone, each villager walking over and some carrying the dead.
While they're doing that, I'll ask Crowley over the connection. Hey, Crowley, what was your contact's name?
You don't have a name.
No, no name. If I recall correctly, though, it was an elf, right, DM? Elven. Pretty sure Bard.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, we're looking for a tall elf woman.
She doesn't have a name that I can call out to make sure she's dead or alive?
No.
I mean, she
Great
has to
success.
have. She has to have a
She
name.
has to have a
You just
name, but
don't
it's
know
not
what it
given
is.
to
Is
me.
what you're saying? Okay. I was like, dude, you have to part of some organization where people aren't allowed to. Anyway, okay. Hey, is there an
Yes.
elf lady bard person on the boat? Ma'am?
There is no answer.
Probably.
Do I remember seeing any of the bodies on the boat if they were a female elven woman?
Give me a quick wisdom check.
Wisdom check. 12.
12. You think back. None of the bodies that you think and none of the triage that you ran on this boat, on the blood sails, but you know there were injured and dead on the other boat as well.
Okay. Well, clearly no one's responding to Elf Bard Lady. So.
Well, they're usually discreet, so I doubt.
I guess they don't know what type of company you keep. Okay. I just start walking back along the ice bridge.
Sure. You guys start. The ships start moving once again. The smaller one back into the docks, docking, let all the passengers out. Some of them going ahead and bringing out injured with them as well. Crowley, after sitting there, just sort of observing the passengers and whatnot, eventually you do spot your contact being carried off of this boat by two villagers, like shoulders and legs with a blanket still wrapped around this person, excluding the face.
Excluding the face,
like it is wrapped around them, torso and legs. Their face is not covered.
Right. No burial, let's see, but dead, basically. So what you're conveying her.
Would you like to go up and talk to her? What are you doing?
Oh, yeah, sure, I'll move up there.
I'm just
saying, the way you're describing it, it looks like how they would wrap someone at sea, and I would know that.
Just very cold outside. So as they're bringing this person, this is a bunch of villagers getting together, sick or injured and dead. So I didn't know how discreet you wanted to be with talking to this person. You go and check. It looks you see a pretty severe wound, it looks like, as you walk up across the torso. But as you go walk up, some eyes sort of flutter and look up at you.
One moment. We'll take care of you. And Kaushik's going to call for Crowley's going to call for Kaushik to come to his location real quick.
Okay.
Zoom.
I've got her. She's injured. Yeah, Crowley will look to the was like, could you please just lay her over here? I'll tend to her. She's a friend of mine.
Very well. And they bring her into the lodge, sit her down.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Fourth level cure wounds.
Okay. Roll it.
19 HP.
Sort of heal this wound. It looks like something had clawed into their stomach. I hope your parting gifts aren't always so lovely.
This is why you don't do field work. It's much too dangerous for one like you.
Just rolls their eyes. Looking out.
How are you feeling?
Terrible.
We have something.
Like shit.
Oh, yeah, all right. Good. That's how I feel every day. Anyway. How would you like to get out of here for a spell?
I think I'll be taking some medical leave. Certainly. How can I be of service?
We have a package that must be sent to one of my contacts in Karnath. We cannot make the journey, but it is something that needs to be brought to the eyes of one of the contacts that works with the inner port, if you understand my meaning. I will write a letter of introduction. I was hoping before you went on your sojourn, you might be so delightful as to take it from me. And Crowley will kind of look away. He's like, it's the cause for this mess. It is a Mabar crystal of some size. We're going to deactivate it, and we'll be able to transport you somewhat. But it needs to get into the hands, and then we need to let everyone know what has happened here.
Very well. How forthcoming is Crowley with explaining to her what's going on?
Carly's using double speak right now, but he's pretty forthcoming. He's pretty open. Like, it depends. Like I imagine she's like a lower cohort out here in the. But she might just be like, it's important she understands just how dangerous this is and who it needs to get to. She's seen this, eyeball witness, so he's pretty open with those facts, at least, like what happened.
Okay. Do you give names?
That she's carrying a nuke is important that she knows.
Right. Do you give names of anybody?
Yes, I do tell. Let's see. The target was what's up?
I feel like it's probably important that you let her know that you can turn it off from being activated, but it is still doing its thing whether or not you tell it to, as far as I understand the way it works, right? You just can't press the go button on it. Like it still is going to like try and creep into undead if you set it next to a body.
It just won't activate those aforementioned undead without the activation rune.
Yeah, and I will stress that. It's like, it's important you realize, though it's been deactivated, whatever, it is still going to try and activate undead, but they should not come alive. This is a very dangerous item.
Very well.
It is courtesy of one named Yidril. I will write a letter explaining much of this that you need to deliver. Once you put it away, you can sparse as you need.
Give me a persuasion check.
I'm more than happy to try to persuade. Let's see, 1 second. 24?
24.
11 plus 13.
Having you give out names and other bits of information, being this open with another one of this organization that you belong to, you convey clearly that there is urgency to this matter. So they ask questions. Those is why Karnath? Why the inner circles of Karnath?
Inner circles of Karnath will best be able to explain more about this type of magic. It's my belief, without telling you too much, that this is not unique, if you catch my meaning.
Sure. Okay.
The situation will not be unique, and it's potentially dangerous to many other areas, towns, continents.
Very well.
How much will you need on your journey?
She's like, you mean how much am I going to need on my vacation? Well,
About tree fitting.
Tree fitting. I know this is like a special order, so I know this is, I'm being very forthcoming here, so.
Right. The house will fund.
It will.
My travels. I'll be fine. Now, if you were to compensate me for injuries on the job, that'd be wonderful.
Well, yes. It's important you take care of yourself out there. Mental link, how much we got to spare?
Do we still have the mental link up?
Well,
It's been like 4 hours.
You're muted.
You're muted.
Muted.
And
RTM. The mental link's down, boys.
oh shit! While you're having this conversation with them, I'm in the process of getting it. I'm getting it going again. Reopen.
Telepathic bond.
I'm over here doing the weird thing with a bunch of eggshells.
Oh shit! Are you sitting there? Are you doing like the thing where you're shuffling around? Like, where's the pearl? Oh, it's on it. Nope.
Yes.
Fascinating.
Yes, I am.
He's doing street magic.
Some simple funds to aid her on her journey out would do nicely. How much can we afford to spare at this time?
What?
We got $2.
Are you
$2.
asking how much money is in the party fund?
Yes.
Oh Lord, not much.
And let me
Lord.
preface this by saying,
Comparatively speaking,
we should be getting money back. It's a tax write-off, guys.
Could we be-
It's a tax write-off.
you think anybody in this party pays taxes?
I do. I do in every single city.
We have 1,568 gold and 5 silver in the party funds. We are looking scarce.
How much can I guesstimate with a mathematics roll that I don't have would be good enough to just deal her a good lot.
If she needs money, you give her a shit ton of money, and you let her know that the fate of the entire continent depends on this. And then after that, the fate of the whole fucking world ending.
Okay. How much would you say we have, Gandalf?
Again,
This is Ian,
Azor-
not Gandalf. We have
Ian-
1,500
Ian-
gold.
1,500.
Hey, guys, give me Wyatt's trying to talk. What'd you say, Wyatt?
Azor will speak up, and he will fund this from his personal funds.
200
All
gold.
right. Hi, rich boy.
200 gold?
This is me trying to get her, like, take whatever, like, mounts you got to, whatever points. Like, instead of just, you go straight. You take whatever path you can to go as straight as possible.
Sure.
During Pride Month.
You say funds. The house will fund, but even houses sometimes are like, here's economy again. No, first class, go.
You hand out 200 gold. Expedite. Pockets it. Sort of winces in pain as they do. Give me the letter, and I'll make my way there as quickly as possible. You said you had some sort of transport.
Artyom, are we good to go on transportation to send her along?
Yeah, we absolutely. We just need to go over there to that big fucking tree.
All right, let me finish writing this letter, and Charlie starts unpacking like some of his utensils and just flowing quickly as possible. Not even a paragraph, just salt, clothes.
While Crowley's writing those letters, I'm just gonna tell her, listen, I don't know her name or anything, but this is going to be very important. So if you get in trouble or you feel like someone's trying to stop you, I'm gonna just reach into my shirt and pull out Barrick. Like, you keep this with you at hand. It's not the real bat. This is a conjured bat. It's not dirty or anything like that. You keep it with you, and if you get in trouble, you get to the biggest tree you can find, and you break its neck. And I will come to find you. It's as soon as possible. Okay?
Give me a persuasion check, RTM.
Crowley's standing there. Can I help assuage this?
Sure.
7.
Make it with advantage if he's gonna aid you.
7.
Oh god.
Okay, so I'm talking. I want to talk along with this. Is like, he's a druid.
I understand.
He's a druid.
I know he's weird.
She sort of takes her hand, RTM, folds it back around Barrick. I'll make my way there quickly, expeditedly, and give this to your contact in Porth.
Indeed. Are you familiar with the sending magic?
Yes, I am. And if I need to, I will pay for, out of the generous funds that I have been giving, I'll pay for a sending spell from either House Orion or House Civis. This is no problem.
Preferably Civis. Please. Preferably.
Sure.
Let me know as soon as this gets to you get it to my contact. Thank you. Now, let us move to this tree. We must be quick about it. Do you need any more healing?
I think, and she looks to you, Kaushik, that I am a bit better. As you see, this like gash of stomach that had been ripped is now not bleeding anymore. No magic users on the other boat, unfortunately, but innards were held in at least long enough for you to give her some healing. So thank you for that.
You can always go up, and then I'm just gonna grab her hand and heal her another time, a 3rd level cure wounds.
Okay.
Things can always be better.
Sort of sits there and like tries.
Oh
to...
shit! 28. Good fucking god.
Jesus.
8, 7, 8, 5.
Think that she is at full health.
Let's go. I got you.
Sort of stretching out the ab muscles that have been somewhat regrown and repatched from your healing magic. Let's go.
As we're going over there, I'm going to take that crate that has the patch of the coffin and padding and webbed out crystal stuff in it, and I'm going to go ahead and burn a cheap wood on it, just to make sure that the crate itself kind of like wraps around it and holds it in place a little bit, so that it doesn't get. If this thing were to like fall off of a fucking wagon, it wouldn't like shatter or anything like that.
Right.
Just make sure it real sturdy.
They grab a burlap sack and throw this piece of wooden crate that's been like condensed down around this thing's. Still don't want to touch it. Throw it in here.
Yep.
It's as nasty as you say it is. Letter.
Kralek seals it. There you go.
Wonderful.
Whatever God you pray to, I hope they're swift at your back.
I will probably need multiple.
All right.
Travel well.
Okay, so it can be kind of nauseating when you go through. Just try to like exhale fully and then step through. All right. Okay, tree's going to open up in 3, 2.
The tree's gonna.
It's open. Get in there.
Shove. You ever been forcibly teleported through a tree?
You're sending her to Reckonmark, correct?
Right.
Outside of Reckonmark.
Outside of Reckonmark.
Yeah.
Great success.
Okay.
Send her through with some Dramamine.
Tray breaks. Undead start rising everywhere. Reckon marks assaulted.
That'd be bad.
Very
Not
well.
our problem anymore. Let's go.
The Shining Vanguard now bioterrorists.
All right.
We're expanding our horizons. Let's go.
All right. Well, good job. Us, I guess. Fuck. Let's get out of this place before he calls these people anymore.
Yeah.
Loss.
Excuse me, folks. Believe I talked to a couple of y'all, and you see a pretty harried and injured but recovering Barney behind you guys. Sort of big guy. His 5 o'clock shadow growing in even more at this point after a rough night. And Tobias under his arms. Thank you. I got snatched out of my goddamn house by a big ass bat last night before I could find Toby, so I appreciate you.
He's a smart boy. He took cover and kept himself safe.
Yeah. Thank you.
Odd question, perchance, but do you know this locket? And he's gonna hold out the locket recovered earlier.
Sort of goes to grab it from you for a second and like a little bit more closely inspect it, but then doesn't grab it. Says, yeah, I know it.
Insight check.
Yeah, let's
roll
get
it.
some insight.
Like, yeah, that was really weird. Like,
Did you just get that guy's dead wife's locket? That's what I'm worried
that's
about.
I mean, it's his.
that's what I figured, is that it was
30, 20.
15.
Yeah, he recognizes it. Doesn't want to grab it for some reason.
Carlos, speak up. It was about to be burnt, and I figured it should go back to its rightful owners, our family.
Takes it from your hand. Thanks.
Just nod of head.
Tobias react at all? Anything notable anyway?
Tobias seems to be in a state of shock right now for a kid. Just that hours and hours of adrenaline of being hidden seems to have gotten to him. He's quite sleepy and out of it at the moment. Like even just standing here He seems to be like leaned up against his dad's hip and just kind of half closing his eyes, just kind of sitting there.
Okay.
You guys see disembarking Katya, River, the whole village, along with dead and injured. Katya helping out with injured as much as she can today, when she runs out of, you know, a little bit of magic from the ship that she was not on, trying to heal people back up. Then she goes and just tries a little bit of medicine. Starts taking care of people right there in that lodge, right there on the docks. But
If there are still injured people from the other ship, I will give them I will pump out an aura of vitality on those folks before we go through.
if you would like to spend magic or resources on healing anyone up, go ahead and do that. Do what you would like to, and just mark it off for me.
All right. Do you want me to roll out that aura of vitality, or
No need to do that.
all right?
Is there anything else you'd like to do before making your way back out to the blood cells vessel?
Anybody?
What was the name of the big guy?
River.
The big guy? Which big guy?
Yeah, River.
The Yeti?
Yeti.
River.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's out there.
I'll be like, right before leaving, I'll try to bend his ear. Hey, River.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Don't let these people think that we helped them out here. Don't let them tell stories that we did a good thing. This place got attacked because we were here. They were attacking us. Don't. A lot of people died here because of us. Don't let them think the wrong thing. Okay?
He sort of sits and contemplates for a moment and takes his small reading glasses off of his nose.
You were attacked. And these undead were here because of you?
Ah.
But you didn't raise them?
No, we did not raise them. But they were activated because we were in the thing.
People are not responsible for bad things that happen to them. Bad things happen. Many more of us would have died had it not been for your actions.
There would be no situation without us here.
Is Milo close enough to hear this conversation?
It's happening right here on the docks. Sure.
Noted.
Anyway, bad things happen. Sometimes there are reasons, sometimes there are not. Maybe I'll see you again after all this is over. Come do some good.
I would love to see the lot of you through for a more normal visit. Yawning
Hey, we
Yeti's-
should get. Oh, go ahead.
The Yawning Yeti's doors are always open to you.
He's kind of under his breath while leaving. He's like, hey, we should could say this was less than normal for us.
Okay.
Back on the boat.
All right. Anything anybody
Right
else?
on up.
All right. You guys walk across the ice bridge once more, making your way to the vessel. Jules sitting right there, ready for you all to board. Everything you need is done, and you're ready to leave.
Nah.
Think about as done as it's gonna get.
Very well. We set off then. We have about 3 days journey, most of which we'll be taking right next to Farlinen. In most of the more, what do you say, the frequency of the ice floats increases around the island itself. So, very well. If there's nothing else you need to do, your rooms are still ready for you. You two have rooms as well downstairs. I would not suggest sleeping on deck again.
It's a terrible fucking idea.
Through the mental link, Azura was going to mention, were we not going to investigate that Fey presence further?
Fuck. No, I totally forgot about it. There was some sort of... The bet saw something out there. I don't know what it was. I get sidetracked trying to make sure that Coronet wasn't being overturned. Fuck.
The Fae are not strangers to the wilderness. We could have spent hours tracking down a single local Fae for no particular reason.
Better we avoid the Fae altogether.
That forest is known as the Forsaken Forest.
That's a
Probably
really
not
good point. Yeah,
Probably not
yeah.
the friendly place.
Whatever that bet saw, he
enough.
can just keep that to himself for forever.
I figure.
It won't come back to
figure,
bite us.
Hopefully nothing to do with this undead presence at all.
Hopefully not.
In any case, we've done about as much as we can. All we can do is focus on continuing our current objective.
Yeah. Well, let's get to it.
Jules is calling out commands to the pirates across the deck. As people get sails unfurled, start moving anchors up, start moving to the north towards Farlnan. As you sail away from mainland Corvair, a lot of you for the first time. That's where we're going to end our tonight's session.
Hell yeah.
Impeccable timing.
Sick.
Impeccable.
All
Good
right.
stuff.
Thank you guys for coming and watching us. Thank you guys for playing with me. As always, I had a blast. We are Hard Knock Dice. We stream every Monday and Saturday. On Mondays, we do Ghost of Saltmarsh, DM by this guy right over here.
That's me.
Ian, aka @FearDOA, aka Gandalwin. We do Ghost of Saltmarsh, where we're currently also on a pirate's boat. Come check us out on Mondays at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then on Saturdays, we do this across Eberron, where we get together and try to end the world. So we're going to raid our friends over at Dice Legends. In the meantime, while that's counting down, make sure if someone would use that charity command for me, make sure you go donate to International Medical Corps. They're helping out on the front in the Ukraine. Thank you, Brittany, for that. So open up your heart and your wallets to a really great cause and go donate some money to those guys who are helping out. In the meantime, much love. Bye.
Bye.
Oh boy.